See the moonlights on the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Tallawah TV is in the town. Whoa, I'm getting ready. Got a corner on the telephone. Yeah, this is the Ocean of the Messenger, and you're watching Tallawah TV with the host and best. Stu Davis, take it away.
My Tallawahs, good afternoon, good evening, or maybe even good morning, depending on where you are in the world. First of all, thank you so much for tuning in to my live stream of tonight's game. Today, we're away to Panama in our second World Cup qualifier fixtures for January. Next up, we have another fixture actually closing off against Costa Rica for the final game in our World Cup qualifiers for um, February. So we'll get into that later on in the show. But before I get into any further discussion, let me bring up my comment section so that I can prepare myself for when you guys drop your comments. And I'm sure by now you would have seen the team sheet, but I'm going to be reading out the team sheet before kickoff. A little bit, almost a slight delay from my end, guys. I do apologize for that. But as you are aware, the kickoff time actually changed. It was pushed back by an pushed forward, I should say, by an hour. So I was expecting this one to go the kickoff at 5 past 10 UK, and now the kickoff time is 5 past 11 UK time, and now the kickoff time is officially 5 past 10. So we've got about maybe 10 more minutes until kickoff. Let me know how your Sunday is going, people, before I bring up that team sheet for you all. Seems like a few of you are a little bit quiet today. Will be interesting to know why that is. I'm going to be bringing up my shared screen for you all so that we can go through the starting 11, the Jamaica starting 11, that is, and then I'll have to turn my attention to setting up my stream so that I can do the live watch along for you guys properly. So do bear with me one moment. Let me switch over to my shared screen. Here we go. Let me switch on to that. Well, Sterling, it's good to know, Sterling. Let me just stop my screen share quickly. That's good to know, Sterling. I'm happy that at least one of us is having a good Sunday. What's on your dinner menu? Or haven't you had dinner as of yet? Let me pop back over to my shared screen, Sterling. I hope you're having a good weekend. And I hope that you have a smashing week when it gets started tomorrow. Okay, let's go over to the screen share and then I can read out the squad announcement for you all. I'm pretty sure you can see that, Sterling. If you don't mind me doing so, I'm going to just remove your comment for the time being. I'm also going to remove my banner because that's a bit of a distraction. Then we're going to pop over to JFF and look at what they've recently posted in regards to the start 11, and there you can have it. Let me make that a little bit more bigger for you all, and as you can see, because it is on your screen, we have Andre Blake, the skipper, in goal, followed by Ethan Pinnock, Adrian Mariappa, Kimara Lawrence, Devane Brown, Devin Williams, Daniel Johnson, Ravel Morrison, Bobby Reed, Corey Burke, and Michael Antonio up top. On the bench, we have Greg Lee, Powell, Moore, Walker, Gray, Flemings, Miller, East, Stewart, that is Kevin Stewart for those of you who are wondering, King, Knight, and Peter Lee Vassell as well. They complete the bench. So let me know, guys, in the comment section how you're feeling about tonight's game. Another must-win match. I'm hoping that the boys will go ahead and get the job done tonight, because if not now, then when? When will our World Cup journey, our World Cup, or attempt, I should say, of qualifying for the World Cup, when will that journey begin if it doesn't begin tonight? I'm going to pop off for my shared screen for a bit. If you've just tuned in and you want me to go through that starting 11 again, then do let me know. Let's see what Sterling is saying back in the comment section. Oh, wow. Okay. That sounds quite heavy. I hope you enjoyed it. Slightly different to my menu. Slightly different to my menu, Sterling. So I'm going to get up that site available for you guys. I'm going to try and be a little bit proactive so that I can have everything set up in time for a kickoff rather than trying to do it just as we've kicked off. So if you are tuning in, you will know that we are 1 hour ahead of schedule because this game was supposed to kick off at 11:05. But for some reason, I'm not sure what the reason is, not complaining, we're actually about to kick off in about 5 minutes time. So if you have any plans and you planned on watching the game, then I would advise you to make amends to whatever plans you have in mind. So we have just about 7 minutes until kickoff. I'm going to see if I have any luck with trying to load the game for you all. It looks like I'll be okay. If we look back, let's go on to Google real quick. I'm going to go back and bring up the shared screen for you all. Let's pop that up, bring back up the shared screen. If you go over and look at, or I should say if I go over and look at the Jamaica men's national team, I'm pretty sure you're fully aware of last match results against Mexico, right down here, where we lost subsequently 2-1 on home soil with a red card. Red card was handed to Damian Lowe with a VAR making that decision. So you can see that our last match was a 2-1 defeat at the hands of Mexico. Yet again, if you pop over to Panama and look at the Panama national side, you'll see that quite similar to ourselves, they also come into this match on a defeat. And we can go back and look at their last game and see how they performed. They lost, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on where you sit with Panama, they lost 1-0 away from home against Costa Rica. So we both come into tonight's game on the back end of one game lost apiece. So I'm pretty sure that both Panama over here will want to turn things around. And I'm certain that Jamaica, on the other hand, given that we lost against Mexico, arguably cheapishly, in the latter stage of that game, I'm almost certain that the boys in black, green, and gold will want to turn things around this evening and get 3 points on the board. All that remains to be seen. We are 5 minutes away from kickoff, so do try to make yourself comfy if you haven't done so already. And we'll see how this one pans out. You guys are really quiet tonight. Would love to know why that is. I think football is feeling a little bit unlike its usual self for a Sunday night. Let me know how you guys' weekend are going outside of football as well. The conversation doesn't always have to be about football. It could be about anything. And also, before I get started and before I forget, let me go ahead and put the live stream, the link to the live stream. I'm going to pop that down into the comment section. And you know the rules. If you are coming on live stream, then do try to make it child friendly and also try to have a well lit background if you can. No worries if you can't, but preferably a well lit background, just as long as I can see your lovely faces. That's all that matters for myself and our viewers as well. I think we're all hoping that we get a win tonight. Good to not get ahead of ourselves though, isn't it? Because we all saw what happened last time round, not only against Mexico, but also against Panama. That's probably a good idea to bring up how we performed or the full-time result to give you guys a little reminder of the last time out, what happened when we played against Panama last time round. Let's bring that up for you guys quickly. If Google could behave itself for once, pop down here. Let's click over here and then I've got to scroll up quickly. Where is it? There we go. Back in September. So late September, you could see what happened here, guys, when we played Panama on home soil. You can see clearly we suffered a 3-0 defeat. First goal in the opening in the first half within the 14th minute, and another goal followed up in the 39th minute, followed by a late additional goal to top things off. Costa Rica walked away from home with 3 lovely points in our previous World Cup qualifier against them. And I was actually looking at that Costa Rica team. Let's see if I can bring up that team sheet for you guys. I'm almost certain that 2 of their goal scorers are playing in tonight's game. So that should be, let's have a look at their starting 11 quickly and see who scored on the last occasion, last time round against Jamaica. So it would have been, if I could see his name, Andrea, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, and also Blackburn as well. So 2 of the goal scorers I can see clearly here, guys. Again, Andrea and also Blackburn. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. As for the third goal scorer, I can't seem to identify his name, so perhaps he isn't in the starting 11, or maybe he didn't make the squad on this occasion. Let me just go back and remind myself of their third goal scorer, because I can't actually see his name in the squad list in the starting 11. That might make some of a difference. It was Waterman. Let's see if I can see Waterman for you guys. I can't actually see him here. So far I can only count 2 of the 3 goal scorers who scored against us last time round when we were back at the office. So yeah, I can't see his name here, guys. Or maybe it's there, but I just can't pick him out of their bunch. So that's how we're looking last time round, just to remind you guys that they did beat us with a fairly comfortable 3-0 result on home soil, our home soil. Went back to their home with 3 delightful points. Drink for both of us. I think what's happening in football at the moment, I think we all need a drink or 2. So please, bro, I'm begging you to drink for both of us. It's a sad day today, but hopefully the Reggae Boys can put a smile on our faces. I saw that Sterling earlier on before I came on that they were leading. When I checked last time round, though, they were just leading by 1 goal. And guys, I almost missed kickoff. Did say that kickoff would be in 5 minutes time. So do make yourselves comfy. Want to have a drink or 2, then go ahead and do that, as long as you're in a safe and comfortable environment. Let me see if I can bring up my access, guys. Just have to mute something so that there's no feedback, because I'm not trying to get a copyright on my channel. Let me know you guys' prediction as well. How's everyone predicting this one? I think it's pretty safe to say just about everyone, unfortunately, got that prediction wrong against Mexico. So something is up. There's a stream that's up at the moment, but this looks like it's the Canada game. So this isn't what I want. This obviously shouldn't be showing. Let me know if you guys are able to see the game at the moment. Has it kicked off from your end, or maybe my site is a little bit confused because kickoff was supposed to be in 1 hour's time. It looks like this one is finished, so perhaps in the next few minutes or so, we should be able to, or I should be able to gain some sort of access to Panama versus Jamaica. And as someone quite rightly said, Sterling said, Canada up 2-0 against the United States. That game has now come to an end, and Canada secured another 3 points in the bag, beating the United States 2-0. So let me know, guys, is it just a problem from my end, or are we all in the same boat here? Has your game started? Because at the moment, the only thing I'm looking at is adverts from that match against Canada for the United States. We're going with a 1-0. Okay, I don't mind a cheeky 1-0. I just want 3 points. I couldn't care less how they come. 3 points. I would fancy a clean sheet, and also no red cards. I don't think we can do with another red card. Revenge would be beautiful. Moby, revenge will be delightful. If we can get revenge on their home soil, being how they brushed us aside last time round on our home soil, coming to the office, not only collecting 3 points, but also putting 3 goals past us. I love revenge, and I would love if we could just dish that out tonight. Would be greedy and say that I want the same scoreline being 3-0. As I said, that's the scoreline the last time round when we played against Panama. They beat us 3-0 with 3 different goal scorers. So it'd be great if we could, hand it to them this time round with the same result. Sterling is Sterling is going for 3-0 Jamaica revenge game. I hope the boys are seeing it exactly how we're seeing it. Again, guys, let me know how your channel or your access to the game is going. Don't know if some of you are watching it on TV or through a different method, but let me know if the game started for you guys, because so far, unless there's an additional delay, there isn't anything on my stream as of yet. And if I refresh this, let me go to Google actually and do a quick refresh to see what's going on. Okay, so 3 minutes into the game, guys, and at the moment it is Panama 0, Jamaica 0. So the delay is definitely from my side. Okay, so let's try something else. Bear with me, guys, so I can get this game up. It's the only way I'll be able to sit and do a live watch along with you guys is if I'm able to watch the game myself. So let's see. Okay, so there's obviously a delay here with this site. So let's try something a little bit different. See if we have any luck elsewhere. And if we manage to get the opening goal, guys, then keep me updated. I'm relying on you for the first 5 minutes or so to not only keep me updated with the scoreline, but also let me know how we're playing, because obviously right now I can't comment on that. Okay. I think what this site has done is that it's scheduled the game to kick off at 11:05, which was the original time. So I think that would explain why there's a slight delay. But let's give something else a try, and this should hopefully get me up and running. Sorry about the delay. Best I can update with you guys on is the scoreline. 4 minutes into the game, Panama 0, Jamaica 0. If you want me to, yes, this is still showing Canada versus the United States. If you want me to go over that starting 11, the Jamaica starting 11, then do let me know. There's a massive delay on my end, guys. All that I am seeing on every single channel is Canada versus the United States. Again, that game has come to an end, and Canada has 3 points in the bag on home soil, beating the United States 2-0. Good scoreline. Even better that it's against the United States. Panama taking that. Oh, come on. I don't want to guess who you support. Was there any doubt with Canada, given the talent on hand? Was there any doubt that Canada would qualify this time round? Like serious concerns? Let me know how the game is going again, guys, because my stream, clearly, my stream here is delayed by some minutes. Could call it 5 minutes, delayed by 5 minutes. So if you guys happen to have access to the game, then please do let me know how we're performing. It's a penalty. Jamaica with a penalty. I tuned in at the right time, or is this delayed? What did we do with the penalty, guys? Because I know that we're delayed. I see Likkle Antonio standing up to take a penalty. He's at the penalty spot. Hope I'm not massively delayed, because I don't hear no one saying. So we must score. If it's Likkle Antonio from the penalty spot, we must score, right? Let me turn this on, actually, because I don't want you guys to have a feedback. Yes! Yes! That's a good start. Lightning quick start. What's that? 5 minutes in, Mikel Antonio from the penalty spot to put Jamaica 1-0 up. Okay, that's a magnificent start. Lightning quick start there from Jamaica. And it seems like I tuned in right on time, guys. I'm quite fortunate there because I would have been annoyed to miss that opener. So where's this person? Are you still feeling confident you support Mexico? Okay, so that will explain your prediction. You've come out and you've said that Panama for the win. At the moment, looks like you're not good at predicting match results. And I hope I can say that with a smile on my face come the full 90. But so far, guys, Jamaica out in front, under 10 minutes played, and Mikel Antonio has put us 1-0 up from the penalty spot. So what I'm trying to do, if you see me looking down at my phone, is because I'm trying to see if I can also update the rest of my social media. I'm particularly trying to see if I can find that Mikel Antonio goal, neatly taking penalty there from the West Ham man. Jamaica won. You really? I mean, you've already scored 1 goal again in under 10 minutes. I trust that the scoreline will go up, surely, to score so early on into the game. I can't see this one staying at 1-0. Fantastic start, Kurumi. Fantastic start. Although my stream is not being fantastic at the moment, not having the best of luck with my stream. So it seems like I might be relying on you guys tonight. Hopefully not, because I do prefer if you guys could sit back and watch the game and allow me to do the commentary. But so far, I'm having a bit of a stop and start moment here with my stream, which isn't always a positive sign. So I'm going to leave that for a bit to see if that one can reload itself. Hopefully it can. Let me go back into this. I need a suggestion. I need you to give me a suggestion, because clearly I don't have the plug tonight. I need you to give me a suggestion. Mr. Scott, I need a suggestion from you, sir, because clearly I'm a bit stuck in the mud at the moment with a poor stream. Okay, all right, let me go back quickly. Again, guys, let me know what's going on in the game, because for the first, what is this? Still within the first 10 minutes. Call it the first quarter of an hour. I'll be relying on you guys to summarize that first quarter of an hour for me, because I have no way of watching it from my end. And I've said it before, this is one of the worst ways to watch a football match, when it's stopping and starting. It's a little bit off-putting as well. All right, guys, we're back up and running. Let's hope it stays like this and there's no further interference. Okay. Thank you, bro. Let's see if I can get that one up, actually. Funny enough, that's the one that I'm on. But doesn't appear to be working. Does not appear to be working for me tonight. Definitely not appearing to be working for me tonight. Okay, let me go back to my original stream. Might need you to send me that in a Twitter DM if you can, please. Right, let me see. I need you to give me a stream. Choose the choose the HD one. Okay, let's go back. Well, I only have one option available with regards to the suggestion from you guys. So again, I think my stream is a little bit behind schedule. I think it's probably been programmed to start at 11:05, which was the original time for the game. Yeah, it's not working, guys. me go back and see what's happening over here. 11 minutes into the game, and it is still Jamaica 1, Panama 0. Michael Antonio from the penalty spot, guys, 5 minutes into the game. So that's an electrifying start from the boys in black, gold, and green. What is going on tonight? Absolute mess. Don't ask me, ask the guys in the comment section because I'm having zero luck. So ask the guys in the comment section. Missed the first goal since the channel was shocked about. Carlos, it's a pleasure seeing you here tonight again, my friend. And I'm in the same boat as you because all the suggestions so far is taking me to the Canada game. I think it's a bit like yourself. Shocked with the Canada win. So there's a lot of focus about football right now. And one match in particular is the Canada versus United States. That seems to be the only I don't mind it being in Spanish. I absolutely don't mind. One moment, guys. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can get this game up on my phone instead. I will eventually find a way to watch the match. I'm not going to be defeated so easily. Let's see. Or maybe Carlos. Let me know what site you use as well, Carlos. Because right now, even this one, this one is taking me to absolutely nothing. I'll send you a screenshot of where it's taking me to, but it's literally taking me to a dead end. Maybe it's just my luck, guys. Maybe tonight I'm not supposed to stream the game for you all. Maybe that's it. Okay, let me pop over and see what's going on so far. 14 minutes or almost quarter of an hour played in the game. Just to remind you all, we're currently 1-0 up against Panama away from home. Michael Antonio from the penalty spot. Again, please allow me to see if I can sort out this stream once and for all. And if you have any suggestions, okay, let's see. All right, guys, let's see something else. I think my stream is in favor of the Canada game because that seems to be the only thing it's talking about tonight. Versus. Mobe is saying that Blakey made a fantastic save. I'm not surprised by that at all. Textbook stuff from Andre Blake, it seems. Okay. There, I don't know if you want to call it blessings right now, dark side, because I'm absolutely struggling here with this, my method of trying to watch the game. All right, I think I might be onto something, but let me not hold my breath. Let's see. This one looks a bit more promising. This looks like it's gonna work. I hope it works. Okay, looks like we're getting somewhere, guys. So I might be able to switch back on my headphones so nothing comes through to you guys. All right, let me see. Again, guys, let me know how the game is going, because I've missed. This is so sad. I've missed almost 20 minutes. How are we playing? How are we looking? Are we looking better than we did against Mexico? I can't rely too heavily on the score lines, because sometimes score lines doesn't reflect the game itself. So please do let me know how we're performing. I hate pop-ups. Let's see. Penalty? No, you're joking. Who conceded the penalty? What? Who conceded the penalty, guys? Was that one of our centre backs? Who was it that conceded the penalty? What is this? It's telling me to sign up to a premium. I'm not signing up to a premium. VAR, Jesus, give me strength. VAR involved against? Ref bottled it. Of course he did. Second game in a row where VAR is having an interference in our game. Let's hope this one backfires for the Panama fans and players as well. Can't see why I will be on their side. I'm hoping next time I look at my comment section, Andre saved it. Yes. Yes, I'm missing a cracking game. I can't believe this. This is stressing me out. All right, guys. Let's see if I can give this one more try. I'm missing a smashing game. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see. Maybe this one will work. Can't believe my main site has absolutely let me down. I'm only now seeing the penalty, guys. After such a long time, I might as well sit here and watch you guys instead. Justice is absolutely served with that one. VAR trying to screw us over again. I think that's the only way I can watch this one, guys. I think I've figured it out that perhaps if I make it full screen, there's some sort of interference. So I might have to watch this on a smaller screen. But I'm finally getting to see the penalty for Panama, which you guys have said Andre Blake saves, Andre the skipper saves. This is atrocious. This stream is dark. Let me know, Dark Side Rum Punch. Let me know how you're watching this game, because we live in the same country. So whatever method you manage to use, clearly it must be successful for yourself. So please do share some details on how I can watch this game with you all. This is frustrating because it seems like it's such a clean game, good game so far, exciting stuff going on in the match against Panama away from home. 20 minutes on the clock and it is Panama 0, Jamaica 1. Just to reiterate, Mikel Antonio from the penalty spot 5 minutes into the game. Okay, let's keep on trying. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here, guys. Of all the nights when we're actually winning, this is the time where my stream decides to be a little bit funny with me. Okay, you've sent it on Instagram. All right, thank you. Let's pray that this one works. I want to get in the mood of the game, but so far I'm not having no luck. Why is it working on here, but it's not working? I might have to watch this one on my phone, guys. What is going on? Why is it? Let's see if this one works. Oh, it could be my internet that's blocking certain sites. I think it's my internet that's blocking the sites, guys. Which is odd because that's never happened before, but I think it could be because of my location, my region, and also my internet interfering. So I give you guys just over 20 minutes played in that game against Panama, and we are still out in front, having gone up in the early stage. An electrifying start for the boys in black, gold, and green, with the man from West Ham, Mikel Antonio, taking us 1-0 up 5 minutes into the first 45. Okay, Nothing appears to be working. The only thing that is working with absolutely no problem, which is frustrating, is the game against Canada. And all that they're doing now is obviously a match review of that game. That game, Canada secured 3 delightful points, beating the United States 2 goals to good. Marcel, you are absolutely asking the wrong person. You are asking the wrong person because I am here, but I am struggling to find a link that actually works within my region. For some reason, nothing appears to be working tonight. All of the nights I've not experienced this type of issue, so I have no idea what's going on tonight. But okay, guys, I've managed to get it up and running on my phone. What I'm gonna try and do is use the same link. See if I can link this to my desktop. Let's see. Marcel, I would advise you to look up in the comment section. There's a few suggestions there. Starting to sit back. Mobe, you see, I'm gonna make my aunt jump. This is what I don't like when we start to sit back. You know what happens in a game of football, guys. You don't need me telling you this, but when you sit back, you inevitably invite pressure. So I hope it's not a case of we think we're a bit too smart where we go in with a one score in early doors, which we obviously have from the penalty spot, and then sit back and soak up pressure, because that could come back with severe consequence. Let me see if this one will work. Maybe I should give it a little refresh. All up and running my end by the way, guys, but I do actually want to get it on my desktop. I'm hopeful that this one will work. If not, I might just have to stick to watching it on my phone. Yeah, it is. I get where you're coming from, my babe. Just tuning in, looking a little bit scrappy there at the back for Jamaica. I think what I'm just going to have to do, guys, judging how long this is taking, I'm going to switch from my desktop and I'm going to just disconnect a few stuff and then I will put it on my phone. Yeah, I think I've been more than patient with my desktop tonight. So I think what I'll do now is just switch over to my phone, disconnect my headphones, and switch off my audio so that there's no feedback for you guys. And then see if I can do a commentary, live commentary with the help of my phone. Let's see if this one works. If not, then guys, we might have to call this one a day. Okay, let's go back. Ravi, big up yourself, Ravi. How's your weekend going? What's your thoughts on the game so far? I hope you're having better luck than myself. I mean, I don't know who I managed to get on the wrong side of someone because they're working against me tonight. Having several issues with getting this game to work. All right, let's copy this and put it over here. Yes, it has, Ravi. Apologies for the confusion. We were supposed to kick off at 11:40, at 11:05. My apologies. But for some reason, we've kicked off 1 hour ahead of schedule. Right, guys, this seems like it's finally going to work. And as I've said, I'm going to put this one on my phone. Yeah, finally up and running. 25 minutes, almost half time. And I'm finally able to get the game up and running. There you go, guys. For some of you who are asking how to watch the game or which site to go on to watch the game, all you have to do is pop over into the comment section, and there's plenty of links there for you. Hopefully it will work. Hopefully there's at least one stream available, depending on your region and possibly your internet as well. Stream might not, the stream or the first stream you click on might not work, but don't let that knock you. There's plenty of streaming options out there. And be patient, and I'm sure one of them will work for you. So what do we have here? Looks as if we have a player who's down, and he seems to be holding his shins. Can't see who the player is at the moment because their face is a little bit covered. Looks like it could be Corey Burke that's down. Yeah, I think he just got a clip of the heel there. Corey Burke is down. It looks like he's in some discomfort here, guys. Looks like it might be a knock to the ankle of Corey Burke. Just to remind you all, if you are just tuning in, I trust that some of you are only just tuning in because you perhaps thought that the game would have kicked off 11:05 if you are based in the UK. We are 5 hours ahead of Jamaica, so do the maths. 11:05 was the original time for the game to be kicked off, but it was changed and pushed back to 11:05. So at the moment we have 27 minutes on the clock. Just to remind you all, Michail Antonio opened the scoring with a delightful goal from the penalty spot by the West Ham United forward, and Panama had a direct free kick there, but the wall did its job. That didn't come out to nothing. That one amounted to nothing there for Panama with their direct free kick so close to goal. Yes, Ravi, thank you for your suggestion. A few people made similar suggestions to myself. I think I've figured that it might be a case of my region and maybe my internet connection. I think in this case, it might just be my internet connection that's just playing up. Let me know how you guys are feeling for the first 45. I think I might need to go back and forth with you guys on this one because I managed to tune in not too long ago. So I'll probably tune in, say what, the 25th minute, I think. That's when I tuned in. So everything that happened before then, please do not ask me. I'm not the best person to ask at this point. So I'll probably flip it and ask you guys how we looked in the first quarter of an hour, first 15 minutes. And stretching over to the 25th minute mark. Good to see us take an early lead against Panama away from home. Busy start. I'm going to try and see if I can replug that goal from Michail Antonio, possibly at halftime. Can't really do anything at the moment because I'm actually having to use my phone, and I don't want to disconnect the game. And thank you to everyone who sent over their links, be it via Instagram or via Twitter. Definitely thank you guys so much for your support. So we have almost reached the half an hour mark, guys. So almost 30 minutes on the clock. Still leading Panama 1-0. If I manage to get a footage of that goal from Michail Antonio, again from the penalty spot, then I will replug that onto my Twitter account for you all. One nil to. What's your prediction, Ravi? How are you feeling for? Woo! Good clearance there. How are you feeling for? That's Adrian Mariappa coming over and doing defensive duties as he should. That needed to be cleared. How are you feeling there, Ravi, about the scoreline so far, taking the lead within the 5th minute of the first 45? And also, what's your thoughts on a predicted full-time score? You guys are really quiet there in the comment section. Unusually quiet. It's a little bit odd because you guys are usually quite talkative, which I like. So again, let me know your thoughts on the game so far. With over 30 minutes played, Panama 0, Jamaica 1. We're playing away from home. Both teams came into this match one with a goal, with a loss apiece. Panama were through their own goal there just for a second, guys. But that looks as if it was Ethan Pinnock that came over and made the necessary clearance. So as I was saying, both of us came into this game on the back end of a loss apiece. Panama losing their previous game, and Jamaica, obviously, as you all know, we lost our previous game against Mexico on home soil. So both teams coming into this match on defeats, needing to secure 3 crucial points, more crucial for Jamaica than it is for Panama. So hopefully we can stick together and grind out a necessary result. And the only necessary result right now as it stands is no doubt 3 points. Worst case scenario, a draw, but I'm not welcoming a draw at the moment. As things stands, I do want maximum points. Let me know if you can hear this commentary coming through my headphones as well, guys, because I feel like you guys can, and if you can, then that might be a slight issue, being that I'm trying to avoid any copyright violations. See if I can take in this Panama team just before halftime, being that I wasn't able to do so in the first 20 minutes. Right, I'm going to try and see if I can plug that goal for you guys. Bear with me. Let me head back over to my Twitter account and see if I can somehow plug that goal for you guys. I think it's important for us not to get ahead of ourselves, given what happened the last time round. Right, I think I can plug that goal for you guys. Let me go and get something up on my phone. Yes, I can. Okay, let's make sure that's the right game. Okay. If you guys happen to follow me on Twitter, then just bear with me. I'm about to put that goal from Michael Antonio on my Twitter. Let's see. Let me go back and see what you guys are saying. If you guys are saying, you guys are still quite quiet. Why is that? Right, so nil Jamaica. Right, so I'm about to plug this goal for you guys. I might even try and see if I can copy the link from the tweet and put it in the comment section so that you guys can go back and watch the Michael Antonio penalty. Okay. Bear with me, guys. A little bit of patience. All right. Oh, no. Okay, guys. So you can head over to my Twitter and watch that Michael Antonio goal, that penalty from the spot by Michael Antonio to take Jamaica 1-0 up. Crucial game, guys. Let me see if I can head over to my Twitter and copy that link for you guys. So why not make life a little bit easier for you all? Let's see. There should be a way to copy tweet And let me pop that down into the comment section for you all, so you guys can go and feel free to click on that link, guys. And that link should take you to the tweet of the goal from Michail Antonio, again from the penalty spot. Now let me turn my attention back to this game as we approach the first 36 minutes on the clock. And we are still leading Panama 1-0. Let me leave that one right here so I can continue to watch the game. This is a clean stream, so thank you to the guys, Mobe and Carlos and all the other guys who sent me link. I think you all pretty much sent me the same link, and it's clean. Morrison, they're taking a shot at goal, but that's comfortably saved by the Panama goalkeeper. Want to see more of that as well from the boys. Don't just want to see our forward or our strikers. Don't just want to see the likes of Bobby, Michaela, and Corey Burke taking their chances when it comes to try and get a golden target. Want to see the other guys, especially the guys in midfield, take opportunities as they come their way. Need to rewatch this call from the referee. Seems like Panama have gone with an early change as we approach the first 45. They've gone in with a quick substitution, and that's a tread on the foot there from Bobby Reed. So obviously the referee has given Panama another direct free kick, quite close to goal as it was some moments ago. We do need to be careful here how we award Panama with these free kicks, because they might just make something of the opportunities that come their way, and we seem to be gifting them with opportunities from what I've seen since I've managed to tune into the game. So we do need to be a little bit cautious. Yes, Karumi, I am good now. I managed to tune in the 25th minute, Karumi, so update me. Tell me, how did we play in the first 20 minutes? How did we look? I know a few guys in the comment section said, after we scored, maybe say 15 minutes later, we were sitting back. So the wall, thankfully, guys, the wall has again done its job. Its defensive duties there for Jamaica with that Panama direct free kick. So Karumi, yes, as I've said, let me know how we've performed so far in the first 20 minutes. What's your thoughts on the game? You must be pleased so far, right? Early goal within the first 5 minutes. So far, I think we're defending fairly well, but maybe you would be the better judge of that, because I trust that you've managed to watch this game from kickoff in comparison to myself, who has only managed to tune in maybe, say, less than 10 minutes ago. We look organized, but we sit back too much. And that's what I'm worried about, Karumi, because like I said, someone else said this in the comment section, and there we go. It's not that far back. Mobe said the same thing in the comment section. Obviously, this is an area of concern for us where we're sitting back. And Karumi, you're the best person to add to this. I'm not a football coach, never coached football in my life, but surely when you sit back, inevitably what you're doing is inviting pressure, right? And if you keep inviting pressure and someone keeps knocking on your door, eventually they might just find a way in. But hopefully I'm wrong. Panama standing over their corner, guys. Panama has just won themselves a corner. Slot this one into the box. Woo! Did he just hit that? Was that Michail Antonio with the clearance? That looked like it was Michail Antonio with the clearance there, guys. That one looked like it was going all the way in. Jeez. Wow, it's a fiery game. 40 minutes on the clock if you're just tuning in. Panama 0, Jamaica 1. Michail Antonio from the spot, guys, within the 5th minute. That was scary. That was frightening. I need to see a replay of that, because I'm almost sure that was a Michail Antonio header. We know where Michail Antonio started off his football, don't we? So I shouldn't be surprised if that was a Michael Antonio header. That was a clean clearance if it was Antonio. Let me rewatch this again. Don't even know if he touched it. I think it touched the crossbar. Jesus, it was the crossbar that saved us, because I was thinking that was an excellent clearance from Michael Antonio. We know we have it in his locker, given the position in which he started off his football career. But the crossbar saved us on that occasion there, guys. That rattled the crossbar from that corner. Panama corner. Building momentum the last 5 minutes, and this is where we need to disjoint them a bit, knock them off their stride. I don't know how we're going to do that one, Karumi, but plenty to discuss in the, we're going to call it the halftime team talk from the gaffer himself, the gaffer being Paul Hall. Definitely need to find a way to knock them off their stride, because as you've quite rightly said, I've only just tuned in, as I've said to you guys before, but I can clearly see, just touching on what Karumi have said, that they're starting to build momentum, and I can definitely see that. I'm trying, Karumi. I'm trying, although I've only just managed to tune into the game. I'm trying. We're moving a little bit reckless here, guys. Particularly when we're trying to push the ball forward from the back. Do need to be a little bit careful with how we're playing if within that defensive position. Last thing, flying Jesus, them equalize. Same thing that I was saying. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Own goal. You can't make this thing up. You can't make this thing up. And it looks as if, judging by his reaction, one of our better performing players, looks as if this might, oh Lord, yeah, just he couldn't do nothing about that. Javane Brown could do absolutely nothing about that. It looks like it would have been a fingertip of a save from Blakey, stretched at full length. And unfortunately for Javane Brown, on this occasion, he's in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that one just bounced off his head, literally handed Panama a goal. And it's 1-1, guys, just as we're approaching halftime. 43 minutes on the clock, and the hosts have pulled one back. Own goal. Let's emphasize that was an own goal to Panama. And Javane Brown, I hope he's okay with that one, because he could do absolutely nothing about that. That one just completely caught him off guard. He couldn't do nothing about that goal coming back onto him so swiftly. Yes, so we do need to be, I guess I can say, based off what I've seen from the 25th minutes onwards, a bit more focused and organized at the back. Again, huge emphasis on what we've seen in previous games, in the sense of us not beating ourselves. I'm quite all right, and I say that quite loosely, all right with the opposition beating us, but I'm definitely not all right with us beating ourselves. And how many times have we done that so far in this World Cup qualifiers, guys, where we have gone out there, put on a decent show or a decent shift, and then end up beating ourselves? The first game that comes to mind, I think, is Mexico, where they most certainly didn't deserve to beat us first time round, which was back in September, if I'm not mistaken. Slightly different story there for us when we played them when we played them at home. Ravel Morrison's in the book, guys. That looked like it was a bit of a clumsy challenge there from Ravel Morrison, and now he's just dropped to the ground. Looks like he might have some cramp. Let's watch this one on replay. Late challenge there from Ravel Morrison. I don't think you can argue with that one. Morrison find himself in the referee's book, so he's on a yellow card. 45 minutes on the clock, and we're all squared. 1 goal apiece for Panama and Jamaica. Jamaica playing away from home in a game that they need absolute maximum points, guys. Maximum points meaning 3 points. Paula, boy, Paula does look stressed. He does look stressed. As he should be, because what do you do? Now, guys, let's turn our attention back to this game. You've got Ravel Morrison there, and Paula does look stressed. He's got his hand in his face just briefly there. He's probably thinking, what is going on? Stretcher came out, and as I've said so many times on other live streams, never a good sign when you see the stretcher. But thankfully, Ravel Morrison can walk this one off, or I'm hoping he can walk this one off. He doesn't need a stretcher, and he's making his way to the sideline, perhaps for additional treatment. 5+ minutes of added time on the clock until the referee blows his whistle for the end of the first 45. If you are just tuning in, let me remind you all, as it stands, it is Panama 1, Jamaica 1. Jamaica went ahead in the 5th minute, guys. Michael Antonio, the man from West Ham, stood tall and firm and buried that penalty. Woo, delightful, neatly taken penalty from Michael Antonio. And unfortunately, not too long ago, Panama found their leveler with a lovely little gift from ourselves, own goal. But I don't think Javane Brown could do anything about that one, guys. Carl Brown. Let's see what everybody else. Sorry, guys, I haven't been reading your comments. Let me go free. We need to go again. We look better, but we sit back, we look all over the place. Yeah, that is. I think at this point it's about getting the balance right, isn't it? Because we know that we have all the capabilities going forward on the attack. I also think that we're capable of having a strong defensive unit at the back, but I'm just not in favor of the idea of us sitting back, because I think inevitably we're going to invite pressure and we might just crack. We've seen ourselves crack a few times in our World Cup qualifying campaign so far. It would be an absolute disappointment if we saw more of the same tonight. Yeah, Karumi, I think when you look back at that goal, as I've said before, it seemed as if Blakey, he was at full stretch there, I believe. And I think it was just a moment where the ball was just came to Javane Brown a little bit perhaps quicker than he anticipated. I don't think he could have done anything better than what happened, which was him heading in the equalizer. I don't think he could have done anything better than that. Panama get a point then. Yeah, Panama, all right. Panama, when I looked at the table coming into this game, there was a 7-point gap between us and Panama. I'll head over to the table at halftime. Let me just ride this one out with the guys, and then I'll head over to the table and we can look at that table. But I'm pretty sure that Panama, there's a 7-point gap between us and Panama. They should be on 14 points and we should be on 7 points. Was it the man for the too much similarities to previous? I think there's a host of issues there, Carl. There's a host of issues there. And I wouldn't jump the gun and say that it's the case of Paul Hall not being the man for the job. I think with everything, you always have to look at the top, look at where the direction starts. And I think it's safe to say that we've been let down so far, despite of what happens at the end of this World Cup qualifying campaign. There's evidence there to say that direction coming from the top, or the direction, the ability to be proactive when necessary, we haven't seen enough of that in this World Cup qualifying campaign. Maybe even so in the Gold Cup tournament as well, back in the summer of 2021. So that is the whistle for the first 45, guys, and it is Panama. Good to see Ravel Morrison there back on the pitch. So he looks as if he's fine and able to carry on for the second 45. Referee has blown his whistle. Not really sure why the Panama players are standing around on the pitch. Jamaican players are walking off, closely followed now by Panama. And it is 1 apiece at the break, guys. Jamaica went ahead, just to remind you all. Delightful, neatly taken penalty from West Ham's Michael Antonio in the 5th minute of the first 45. But unfortunately, we've gone and we've conceded a goal in horrible fashion, own goal in horrible fashion to level the scoring, pretty much gifting Panama the opportunity to creep back into this game. Let me see what you guys are saying in the comment section. We score. Of course. We need the halftime. Well, luckily we're into halftime. Carl Brown, I don't know if I can agree with you or disagree with you, Carl. You're probably only just tuning into my stream, but I did say that I was having some issues within the first 23 minutes of the first 45, so I managed to tune in a little bit late. I was having problems accessing the game, so I don't know if I can trust you on this one, Mr. Carl Brown, because so far I'm getting mixed reactions. Ravel need to get out the field. It gave up the penalty and he created a dumb infraction. Costa Rica versus Mexico is war. Oh, Karumi, I hope I can stay up to watch that one. Halftime cannot come soon enough. A total regroup is needed. Inviting pressure too much. This is what I've said, Super Nick. Thank you, by the way, for tuning in. This is what I've said with the guys like Karumi, a few of the other guys in the comment section, Mobe as well. You know, we've all touched on the fact that we're sitting back and inviting pressure, and we know what happens when you invite pressure, especially so early on into the game. Usually you probably sit back when you've got, say, perhaps 5 to 3 minutes of normal time towards the latter stage of a game, don't you? You don't start sitting back immediately after you're 1-0 up or 2-0 up in any game, because that could lead to a number of different full-time results which might not work in your favor. Doesn't build from the top, but in this case from the top we're talking about the federation, because they're the ones that should be doing the leading in terms of know-how building from the top. Absolutely, you should build the foundation, so that starts with your gravel, your cement, whatever resources you choose to build your foundation. But who buys those foundations? It's not the players, it's not the head coach, it's not the coaching staff, it's not the fans, it's the federation. They're the ones that's in charge of building the house, and you know they have to start building that house from scratch, from the bottom. Keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different. There we go, Karumi. I've said it so many times that it's insanity, and it's one that you can't even deny. You know, you, like you said, you do the same thing over and over again, and you're perhaps left. I can't speak for the federation, but perhaps they feel a little bit shocked when their decisions, which usually takes far too long to come to light, they're perhaps shocked when their decisions don't go according to plan. But sometimes your plan won't go as expected if it's come too late. So this is why there's always been a huge emphasis on being proactive, where the entire circle for the Reggae Boys is concerned. So that includes your managerial appointment, that includes your coaching setup, that includes your player call-ups, and so on. If you're talking about wanting to galvanize a nation or galvanize your group first, it will then have a knock-on effect of galvanizing the country. Big up yourself. How are you? How is your Sunday going? To be honest with you, Theo, as I've said before, I don't think there's anything that Javane Brown could do to not concede that leveler there for Panama. That one just completely caught him off guard. And unfortunately, I think that one hit him on the head and went straight into the back of the net, flying past Andre Blake, the skipper. I don't think he could have done anything better. Maybe you probably have some people that will shout about communication, but that just happened so quickly. Could either the defender and the goalkeeper have communicated sooner to each other? Perhaps not. I hope so, Clinton. I'm a bit like yourself, just desperate for a win here, desperate for 3 points, crucial points. Because if we don't get our World Cup qualifying campaign up and running tonight, when will we do it? I do think that tonight should be the night. And it would be quite appropriate and an appropriate time to do so as well, bearing in mind what happened last time out when they were at the office. They being Panama, they stuffed us 3-0, took 3 points off us and put 3 goals in the back of our net, and then went back home with a smile on their face, smiling from ear to ear. So hopefully we can taste sweet revenge tonight and get a win. Doesn't matter if it has to come pretty or ugly, just secure that all important win. And it will also be fantastic to see the gaffer, Paul Hall, with his first win as the interim head coach for the Reggae Boys as well. So there's a few positives there, judging by what you guys have said in the comment section in relation to the first quarter of an hour, first 20 plus minutes, and then subsequently the first 45. Ball possession is letting us down. We ain't keeping the ball enough and playing positive in advance towards goal. Is that anything new there, Carl? I think we've had that problem throughout our World Cup qualifying campaign so far, no? So that's clearly, in your opinion, that's something that needs to be worked on. I don't think many will challenge you on that because I have heard this quite often. I've heard this on a number of occasions with so many matches up until this point. We got a penalty and score. They got one and missed. Also hit the and kept pressing us, and they were rewarded with our own goal. That crossbar effort that you're referring to, that was frightening, and that came from a corner. Took the corner kick. Panama took the corner kick and put that one into the box, and player made sweet connection, but unfortunately for him, or fortunately for us, that did not find the back of the net on that occasion. The crossbar was our best friend, because that crossbar definitely kept the score line down for the time being. Subsequently, they were able to be awarded with their goal, as you've quite rightly touched on their call at the end of your sentence, where you stated an own goal. So let me see. I'm finally seeing that penalty that was awarded to Panama. So I need to go back and look at my who was it that caused that penalty to be awarded, guys? Let me go back and look at the team sheet to see something quickly. Because then I think that would make more sense. I think I've heard a few people bring up this player's name. Who was it? So it was Morrison. So it was, oh, okay. So now I get the previous comment. Say it was Morrison. Morrison's efforts there, or lack of efforts, resulted in a penalty to Panama. Thankfully, they didn't score on that occasion, but yeah, they are looking quite up for it, as they would be. It's Panama. I don't expect nothing less from them. Yeah, I saw that it was Ravel Morrison. I was wondering, because we've touched on this one in our last live stream, where I clearly pointed out that we don't have the names of the players on the back of our jerseys. So frustrating, because even as someone who watches the Reggae Boys on a regular basis, I'm still having to squint and say, who is that player? I can only make a judgment call based off the player's movement, if I just happen to catch a glimpse of their face, and it's shameful. I don't know whose decision making that is to not have the names of the players, the name of the players onto their jerseys, because I think it looks unprofessional. You don't look the part at all. And I know it's not uncommon, but come on at this point, especially when you're trying to sell Jamaican football to people who have zero interest, you'll take yourself a little bit more serious than that. Jay Rust, how are you? I haven't seen you around here for a while. How you been? Missed your energy, by the way. I hope you're okay. I hope you and your family are okay. What's your thoughts on the first 15 minutes or the first 20 minutes of that game, J. Ross? Thank you, Carl. Thank you. Yeah, I managed to figure that one out, and it was only because I looked back on the team sheet announcement and then looked at his number. Yeah, so yeah, it's not great. We should sub off Ravel, Speedy, and Taxi. Why is that? Again, Jay Rush, you probably aren't aware of this, but I only managed to tune into this game within, say, between the 23rd and the 25th minute mark, simply because my stream wasn't on its best behavior. Speaking of best behavior, I'm going to try and see if I can get up one of my most trusted stream, which is also giving me a little bit of a problem tonight, because I do prefer to watch this or watch the football on the desktop as opposed to watching it on my phone. Makes things a little bit more exciting. See what your speed is not contributing at all. Really? So who would you bring in? I'm guessing, judging by what you've said, you've touched on midfield there. So I'm guessing you would bring on maybe a possible Stewart, Peter Lee. Let's look at that midfield again. Actually, let me go over and give you guys that team sheet again, so you guys can perhaps figure out who you'd like to see coming into the game. So Jay Ross is saying that he would sub off Ravel. I think the Ravel shout is a fair one, because let's remind ourselves he did pick up a yellow card, and the last thing we want to do is to go one man down against Panama. Panama, who are trying to find momentum. I think it's safe to say they tapped into a bit of momentum towards the latter stage of that first 45, subsequently being rewarded with an own goal. So the momentum is alive and well. So the last thing we want to do is to go down to 10 men. So let's go over and see, guys. Let me show you guys the team sheet, and then maybe you can draw up a few names as to who you'd like to bring on in the second 45. So if we look at the bench here, again, quite a few of you have touched on midfield. Clear ones here would be Stewart or Peter Lee. Do you guys fancy seeing Stewart and Peter Lee at some point? For creativity, yes, I would love to see Peter Lee there in midfield. If you're talking about balance, perhaps you're leaning more towards Kevin Stewart. And what a game for him to come into to make his debut on World Cup Qualifier debut for Jamaica. And if he can come in and make that positive difference, then that would be some debut for Stewart. I think that one will go down in great. 1 second there, guys. I'm having something that's freezing on my screen. Okay, here we go again. Yeah, I think that one, if he does come on, Kevin Stewart, that will go down as one of his favorite moments in his football career so far. Taxi Last Dance, right? As in this game? I don't think so. I'm going to go back to what Jay Ross said. But I don't think so. Not the Taxi. Can't be tonight. Are you saying that you think tonight might be his last dance? Let's see what Jay Ross is saying. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to be nipping to the ladies in just about 30 seconds. So please do hold the thought and don't go anywhere. And let me actually put this link into the comment section, the link to the live stream. So if you guys want to pop on this live stream with me, be it during the second 45 or maybe at the end of full time, then you're more than welcome to join me. Just go ahead and click that link and it takes you directly to the live on screen stream. My only rule, as you all know by now, is to make the stream child friendly. So that obviously means be careful of your language. And also try to have a well-lit background. Let's see what J. Ross is saying. J. Ross is saying, so we are not linking up really properly because Speedy is not contributing or blocking. So Ravel is all over the place and making rash tackles or trying to win. But so you're saying that we need in midfield, you're saying that pairing-wise, we're looking for a pair of midfielders to complement each other, right? And for me, this is another area of concern because we have seen this said topic raised a number of times. The fact that we don't seem to have midfielders who complement each other. And perhaps that's the reason why, in your opinion, it's a little bit disjointed. And I was thinking of Grant as being that player who can complement particular players within the squad at the moment, especially with what's available to us in midfield. So that could be one of another issue. Not could be, that's definitely an issue that needs to be addressed, is that midfield pairing and solidifying who offers the best combo. Yeah, he's been quite, my apologies there, he has been quite quiet, hasn't he? He has been quiet. He's been MIA so far, but hopefully in the second 45 he shows up. Guys, do not go anywhere. I'm just gonna I'm gonna mute myself. And I'm also going to just take myself off screen. But before I do that, just in case someone new comes up into the stream, let me leave this on stream. I'm going to trust in you guys not to do a runner. I've done a head count, so I'll know who's left. I'll hold it to you guys next time as well. Second 45 is about to be kicked off, guys. So let me run to the ladies quickly before this match kicks off. Bear with me. Right, guys, I am back. Thank you to those of you who stayed on, by the way. Definitely appreciate you all. So yes, we are 46 minutes into the second 45. I think I need to reconnect my audio here for you all. And just to remind you, as you can see, let me get down halftime because we are no longer into halftime. We are now into the second 45. So let's change that just to avoid any confusion. For those of you who are tuning in, we've got 47 minutes on the clock. The hosts, Panama, have scored, or I should say, we've gifted them an own goal, and for them it is 1. And for Jamaica, it's also 1. So it's 1 apiece within the first 45 of that game. Just to reiterate what's been said already with regards to how the first 45 went, Michael Antonio from the penalty spot within the 5th minute to hand Jamaica a electrifying lead. Unfortunately, we were pegged back towards the latter stage of that first 45, and we gifted Panama the equalizer. So it's 1 apiece as it stands, and Panama are on the attack. That was a header by Panama in the box, but thankfully that one went wide. Let me turn on my and get this one started up for you guys again. Let me do a bit of a connection and disconnect. Let me know how you guys are feeling so far. Can you see us nicking a winner? And we do need a bit of sweet revenge against Panama, given what they did to us on our home soil some months back, beating us by 3 goals to good. With 3 different goal scorers as well on that night by Panama. So, okay, let me go ahead and connect so I can see if I can tap into some commentary for you guys. I can't sit here and watch the football without hearing what's going on, even if it's in a foreign language from myself. I couldn't care less if it's in Spanish or French. I just need to hear something, some sort of natural noise. So we're up and running, guys, for the second 48 minutes there. And if you are wondering who conceded that own goal for us, unfortunately, on this occasion, the informed Javane Brown, who we all love, Javane Brown, a fan favorite, managed to concede an own goal. But as I've said, he could do absolutely nothing about it. I think at this point I might need another sport, guys. I think I might have to go back into, well, can't say go back into cricket because the West Indies can be equally as bad. So I can see that based off what you guys are saying in the comment section there. Again, I judge that I am some minutes behind everyone, but I do trust that you guys are absolutely bang on the money with what you've said, with what you're all saying the same thing. It's now 2-1 to Panama, so I'm looking to see how they managed to score that one. So it seems that Panama understands the assignment, the second half's assignment, that is, to score so early into the second half. Wonder what minute they netted their second goal of the game. And how did they manage to score is, well, I think it might be, so it's a breakdown there in midfield from us. Looks like this is gonna lead to the goal, surely. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Something that we've touched on in the, not just in the last game, but also in the first 45 of this game in terms of communication. Where is the communication between your backline and your goalkeeper? We spoke about that, funny enough, in the game against Mexico, that communication needs to improve. Yeah, he did spill it, but where were your players? Should be someone there that's willing, that's it's just sad. Should be a player there that's just quick enough to react to make that clearance. Too slow, far too slow. Quickest player to react on that occasion, that seems like there was a bit of a hesitation. If you watch that replay, there was a hesitation between what looks to be Mariappa and Ethan Pinnock in terms of running to get the clearance, but they hesitated, and by the time they went for it again, Panama were on the ball and they scored. 50th minute. Thank you. I don't understand why they keep on doing this. It's just, again, you beat yourself. How many times do we have to say that? Stop beating yourself. How many teams have actually beaten Jamaica so far in our World Cup qualifiers? It's almost as if you can guarantee that we've beaten ourselves more times than our opponents have beaten us. How embarrassing is that? Conceding. Cheap way to concede time and time again. Paul just looks depleted. Paul just look like the rest of the 12th man. What do you say at this point? Time you come into a match with a glimmer of hope. I think now that the expectation should be balanced if it isn't already balanced in terms of how you approach these Reggae Boys games. But time and time again, you come in. It's your country, so it's not like watching club football. Naturally, your pride's going to be different. But these guys keep knocking the stuffing out of you. It wouldn't be so bad if it's the opposing side that's knocking the stuffing out of you. But when it's your own players, like, seriously, where do you go from here? It's ridiculous. I can see why you would say that, Super Nick, and I can't even argue with you against that. I don't even know how to uplift you. Can't even uplift you. How do I do that? Where's the positive signs? they shouldn't look unfit, Karumi, given the time played at club level. You've got one of the Panama players is just pulling up with what appears to be an injury. He's just hit the deck, so he should be receiving treatment. The stretcher is back out, and you know how I feel about the stretcher, guys. Never a positive sign when you see the stretcher coming out for any player, be it one of our own or one of the opposing players. Let's see what you guys are saying. The second goal, see, my issue with the second goal is that there was that slight hesitation from not one but two players, and the two players I can most certainly make out Pinnock, and I believe the second player was Mariappa. Is that slight hesitation? All it takes is one moment in football. Football don't need to give you minutes, just need a split second, and a split second can make such a huge difference. And I think it was that delay in trying to clear up the spillage from Andre Blake. Obviously, that cost us. Things would have been a little bit different if perhaps Mariappa or Ethan Pinnock moved quickly to make the clearance. I think another player who was close to the ball as well at that time was Javain Brown. But the hesitancy, that hesitation that I tapped into, could most certainly see Ethan Pinnock in the frame of that goal. So Panama, guys, in case if you've just tuned into the live stream, Panama, the host of tonight's game, they've gone 2-1 up against us. It's now the 55th minute. You guys are probably a little bit ahead of me, so let me try and get up the accurate scoreline. It's now in the 57th minute, guys, and it is still Panama 2, Jamaica 1. It's unfortunate to see one of the Panama players being stretched off the pitch. Hopefully this isn't a long-term injury. Doesn't matter if they're the opponents or not. You never want to see a player being stretched off. So hopefully if he has picked up a knock, hopefully he can shake that one off in time for his next game. Or better yet, hopefully he'll be able to shake this one off in time for his next club game. That's probably the better way of looking at it. It's ridiculous, Super Nick. We don't have... I mean, I still think that Blakey is one of the best keepers there is in his region. I think he's arguably the best goalkeeper in Major League Soccer. We do look unfit. And this is what it's going to come back to, Karumi. Inevitably, people will start to have raised eyebrows about that game against Peru some days back. Don't need to remind anyone about that full-time score. But when we lose in this type of fashion, and you have someone like yourself, Karumi, who I believe is a football coach, if I'm not mistaken, Karumi, somebody who's coached the game, when he's saying that we look unfit, you don't even need to be a football coach to identify that, yeah, he is right. Maybe there will be that argument of more senior players, particularly players who are playing in this match, should have been available or should have made the trip against Peru. That's going to be something that people will unfortunately bring up, whether you like it or not. And as things stands, you can't really argue against it. Yeah, Kevin Stewart did touch on Kevin Stewart some minutes ago in that halftime team talk there, right, Karumi? Possibly bringing in Kevin Stewart. Bit of a high intense game to introduce Kevin Stewart to international football for his country. What a game to make a debut, and it will be delightful if he could come on, pull the strings in the middle of the park and somehow find us or bring us back into this game, make it 2-2. Would even be more marvelous if he could come on, get an assist, and maybe even the match winner, but that just seems like I'm dreaming. Time and time again, I can sit here and record myself and say we beat ourselves and play it the next match and take a bet and see if I'm correct. Chances are, by the way we've played so far up until this point, I'm likely to be correct. Could literally just record myself right now and say we beat ourselves, and then the next game, final game, which will be played, I believe, Thursday, which should be, the scheduled time is 12 o'clock. My mistake, guys. Our next game, if you're from the UK, that is, will be played on Thursday against Costa Rica, and the scheduled time at the moment is 12 o'clock. And that will be our final game for the month of February until March the 24th, where we're expected to play against El Salvador. And that fixture is penciled in the diary. So hopefully we're able to stick to what's already in the diary schedule. Hopefully nothing cause it to change. So if I go back over here, because my stream is possibly 4 minutes behind, but the accurate time in this game is 61 minutes. Panama to Jamaica 1. And my apologies there, guys. Let's see if I can do a quick refresh so I can get something up for you guys. It's ridiculous at this point. Absolutely ridiculous. That's not working. So I'll have to go over onto it's Wednesday if you are in Jamaica and I believe parts of the United States and Canada. You're absolutely right, Karumi. The game will be played on Wednesday. But if you're in the UK like myself, then the game will be played at 12 a.m. Within the upcoming Thursday. So the next couple of days. Supposed to be looking for something for you guys here because I missed the opportunity to mention in the 56 minutes, for those of you who might have missed that one a bit like myself, was Lamar Walker coming in for Daniel Johnson in the middle of the park there. So they've gone with a substitution that I perhaps definitely didn't touch on, because I was thinking more going along the lines of Peter Lee, maybe in the middle of the park there, or I know a few of you have touched on Kevin Stewart, and what a debut that would make for Kevin Stewart. Let's see what you guys are saying. Thank you guys for the regular updates, by the way. Appreciate you guys with my little funny stream. 23 minutes, Mexico versus Costa Rica, 0-0. 23 minutes to go. I guess what I could do for us all is to bring up that table so we can take a quick glance. Okay, so 0-0 in that game against. Okay, I get you. It's not looking good in the table for us, guys. It wasn't looking good going into the game, and losing isn't exactly going to improve our league standing, is it? You see the keeper got a move to Arsenal. Yes, I did. I did see that. I did. And he was neck and neck, or should have been neck and neck, with Andre Blake, despite the result of being voted. You're talking about Turner, aren't you? Turner being on the move, signing for Arsenal. And I do believe he's actually making the full transfer in summer. So although they would have signed him already, you'll actually see Turner play for Arsenal perhaps during the summer preseason. But as things stand, he's making that move to Arsenal in the summer, as opposed to the winter transfer window. But who knows if Arsenal, maybe if Bird Leno goes out the back door, you might see Turner come in the winter transfer. And I believe the deadline is tomorrow. Tomorrow being Monday. I think that the deadline is tomorrow, guys. Transfer deadline day is tomorrow. So unless Bird Leno is staying at Arsenal, like I said, if he makes a surprise transfer, then you might see Matt Turner in the winter transfer window, as opposed to seeing him in the summer transfer. Like I said before, Marlon, these guys, they're not the stuffing out of me. I don't even know where to find hope no more. Every ounce of excitement's just gone. Most of those players were not in the game. In that game. You're referring to the game against Peru, right, Karumi? And that's what I'm saying, Karumi, that people will use that as an excuse to add criticism, because they will say, like a few people have said that, Blakey perhaps should have done better for the second goal. You have some people who look at that Peru game and say that perhaps he might, within this game, not so much the Mexico game, but most certainly with this game, you might say might look a tad bit rusty. Would he look as rusty if he had played in that game against Peru? So there will be people who try to draw those types of excuses or arguments. I think with this one, Karumi, and I might be just way off it here, might be far from accuracy, but I think it was, down to Anthony Grant trying to sort out a move a move within the current transfer window, because now we've seen that Anthony Grant has made a transfer. Scumthorpe, I believe, right? With Anthony Grant. Let's check that one for you guys. I do believe it's Scumthorpe that Anthony Grant has made his transfer to. Yes, it is Scumthorpe United. So he's moved on from his previous club. And thankfully, because it just seemed like that relationship was not repairable. So it's a fresh start, new page. And here we have Ravel Morrison. You guys probably know this already because your stream is perhaps 4 minutes ahead of myself. Ravel Morrison coming off for Kevin Stewart. Kevin Stewart there with his international debut for Jamaica. What a way to make a debut. Crucial game against Peru, where Jamaica needs maximum points. Maximum points being 3 delightful points on the board. Can he make a positive impact? Hopefully, that remains to be seen. They expected goalkeeper to coddle a ball and not push the ball back in front of the goal. It looks as if, I'm guessing you're talking about that second goal, right? For Jamaica. Against Jamaica, my apologies. And it looks, based off the replay, I need to watch this one again. Based off the replay, looks as if he was just at full stretch. So that being said, it looks as if he did the best he could in that moment to make a save. But I think it's a combination of a slight breakdown in focus and communication between Andre Blake and his defenders, because yes, he did try to. Sorry, that was for the equalizer with Javain Brown. In terms of the spillage for the 2-1 for Panama, a bit of more of the same. Yes, it slipped out of his hands, but I think his defense should have done a better job with the clearance. Yeah, he's supposed to be going. What club do you... Can you not see the cannon? I think I'm hiding the cannon tonight. The cannon. I support the Gunners. Don't let that stop you from watching my stream. Do not let that tell you to switch off my live stream. Who do you support? That goes for everyone in the comment section. I know who Karumi supports. Who do the rest of you support? Carlos, I believe Carlos is a Guna. Super Nick, who do you support? Let me know who you support, Super Nick. I doubt Arsenal will go for anyone. It's a circus show. Hoping. Oh God, if you don't laugh, you will cry. And I need to watch the game because I trust my subscribers and I trust my viewers. And if you're saying panic, no composure or plan, that could only lead to one thing. That could only mean one thing, right, Super Nick? So I'll leave that one as it is. Don't need to take. And there we have it. You guys are saying, and I do trust what you guys are saying. You're saying 3-1 now. So what do we call that? Do we call that that's it? Slipped out of our hands yet again? Another Guna. Pleasure to meet you. Absolute pleasure to meet you. You're saying 3-1 in the 6th to 7th minute. And I have to go back and look at their goal scorers to see if it's the same goal scorers as last time round. No, it's not. What about assist? Did they create an assist? So we have another substitution there. I'm going to have to use my phone for this one. How did they? Okay, guys, I need to. So we have Kimar Lawrence exited, and on came Andre Gray for obvious reason. The gaffer is was trying to come back into the game, but now that it's at 3-1, the task is even harder, isn't it? Let me have a moment to look at this replay here, guys. Let's see, was this another issue at back post? Let me go and watch that replay again. Let's see. Okay, well taken goal that. Yeah, it's just scrappy. It's just scrappy. Scrappy from us inside the box. Scrappy from us look like headless chickens. Don't have a clue what's going on. Hey Travis, how are you? How you been? How's your weekend been? Zero fight from Jamaica. This performance is worse than the loss. Absolutely. Absolutely worse. No grit, no nothing. No fight, no grit, no fight, no nothing. Just completely depleted. You're a gooner as well, Donovan. Good man. Good man. I'm okay. I can't complain. At the moment, Mexico versus is back and forth. Interesting. How long do we have in that game? Lamar Walker should have started. He's come on and he's a little bit flairier than usual of what we've seen of Lamar Walker since he's been playing for Jamaica in the qualifiers. Always a pleasure seeing you on here, Travis. I'm not going to ask you too much about the game because I don't want to upset you, but I can see here that you're saying that the gaffer has to go. Who would you like to see come through the front door? I think it's an interesting one, Travis, because I'm sure we've probably touched on similar conversation perhaps on other people's live stream or maybe even on my own, that for me the overall problem isn't with the head coach or your interim coach or your manager. The main problem or the heart of the problem lies with the federation. So I think that, we'll come to a point by which, depending on who comes through the door, and I'm saying who because Mr. Paul Hall is here on an interim basis. Who knows, by the time the World Cup qualifiers conclude, he might be given the job on a full-time basis. Thought that we had scored a goal there, guys. Might be given the job on a full-time basis. Headless chicken. I don't mean to be rude, Karumi, but what else can I say? We do look like a bunch of headless chicken. So going back to what Travis was saying in terms of managerial appointment, I just think that whoever comes through that door, again, it actually depending on who comes through that door, we might see more of the same, really. And in fairness to Mr. Paul Hall, he hasn't been given a fair shot at trying to help us to qualify. If McGee was, yeah, and I've who I would love to see in the middle of the park for us, it would be Peter Lee and McGee. We know that they are the future of Jamaican football. So at what point do we try to integrate the two and form a lifetime partnership, or a partnership that should play out for perhaps 10 plus years, given their age, right, at international level? At what point do we try to bring those two players together for the national side? 1 minute Peter Lee is here, next minute he isn't, next minute McGee is here, next minute it isn't. It's always chop and change. And it's not just for those players as well. 1 minute Ethan Pinnock is here, next minute Ethan Pinnock isn't here. Chop and change. You don't know your formula, you're just guessing. Don't have a clue what the right formula is. Hey Richard, how are you? How's your weekend been so far? First half on the 38th minute. Okay. I want that Panama is the better team. You know what, Mr. Carl Brown? It's unfortunate that when it comes to my country, I like to hang on to the last glimmer of hope. So I do apologize because I think I might have disagreed with you there, Carl. So I do apologize with that one. the players aren't good enough. Players, debatable, debatable. I'm surprised, to say the least. I thought that given Paul Hall's appointment, I thought that we might just tap into that honeymoon period. And honeymoon period is great for so many different reasons, but also there's that slight disadvantage. I thought we would tap into a honeymoon period where we see out the rest of the remaining 6 games with decent results that's needed, necessary results. So basically going on a winning run and achieving the unthinkable. The downside to that honeymoon period is that it does essentially is that it paper over the cracks, right? So that might have persuaded the foundation to believe that what they're doing is an excellent job, but in reality you're not. So perhaps it's probably a great thing that the cracks aren't being papered over. It's there in plain sight for everyone to see that there's underlying issues there. And for me, the issues always relate back to the federation. If anyone's going to take accountability here, then surely it has to be them. They're the ones who are apparently in charge. But in terms of the players not being good enough, I think that is debatable. I mean, what type of pass is that? They look, someone said it earlier on that they look tired, and yes, they do look tired. It looked like they could do with a little winter break. They're saying, Carl Brown is saying we need John Barnes. Carl, now that you've said that, I might have to pop over to my, I don't know if you've watched the interview of myself and um John Barnes there, Carl. But if you head over to my YouTube channel, or let me try and do it for you actually. Let's try and make your life a little bit more easier. Let me see. Where's that interview with John Barnes? Where is it gone? Okay, here it is. I'll try and see if I can copy the link to my interview with John Barnes, and maybe you can give this a watch at some point if you haven't done so already. Let's try and get that so that there isn't a feedback. Bear with me here, guys. Let me try and copy the link to that John Barnes interview. And Carl, if you haven't watched it already, then you can go ahead and give that a watch in your own time. Absolutely no rush. There is the link to my John Barnes interview. I think we could keep Paul Hall and build for 2026. We fix up the federation a little bit, and we will be golden. I think if you mean keyword here is golden, Theo. I don't think you can put the current federation golden and the current federation in the same sentence. I think if you're talking about golden and wanting long-term gratification, you just have to chop off the head of the snake, and you know who the snake is in this scenario, don't you? So I hear what you're saying, but with respect, I do disagree because you're playing nice here, Theo, and you don't need to play nice to people who aren't nice to you. You're saying fix up the federation. That federation needs an absolute dismantling, a clear out, complete clear out. Thank you, Karumi. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Jamaica need to fix up. US is only getting better. Mexico will always have quality. Look at that. They depleted. I spoke to a lovely Mexico fan on our last live stream some days ago. And even he admitted, as somebody who has been watching Mexico for decades on decades, knows Mexico like the back of his hand. And he clearly stated a number of times that this is by far the worst Mexico side that he has ever seen, because they have that unfair balance of age players, right? In comparison to their youngsters, there's that unbalance between the two. And because of that, they're not like their usual selves. It's not like the Mexico that we know. But even saying that, we were still unable to beat them. Even when Mexico are at their worst, we still can't beat them. But what we do is within our region, in the region in the Caribbean, we pride ourselves on being the country with the best players, better quality players. What's the use of having the better quality players if you don't know how to utilize them and find a system that takes you towards success? At the moment, all we have is just talking. Talk, no action. No action to back our chat. Jamaica. What about them? Good evening to yourself. I hope you've had a pleasant weekend so far, and I hope you haven't let Jamaica ruin your weekend. And I hope you have a lovely week when it comes. I hope everyone in my comment section have a lovely week when it comes. 4 years time, Jamaica, we are not good enough this time round. Poor administration, poor coaches, but we have some fantastic individual players. Beautifully put, Marlon. Beautifully put. I could not have said it any better myself. Oh, thank you, Carl. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't get things together, they'll be. And that's exactly where I was going, where I say that we pride ourselves in saying that, we have the best players in the Caribbean and we have the better quality players within our reach, and nobody can dispute that. But what do we have to show for it? All we have is talk. That's it. We don't have nothing to show for it. It's just words. You're not being practical with what you have to utilize. You're not even utilizing your strengths. And I can only put that down to one people, the guys who are ultimately in charge of things. Mexico have 200 million people. It's a proper football country. They're down now, but they'll always be rock solid. And that is why it's frustrating, because I've said that this isn't the Mexico of previous years. Nowhere near their true footballing abilities. And we still couldn't even scrape a point. 2 chances to get something from Mexico with not even a point. You couldn't do not even a point. Jeez, it's just so discouraging. We need to develop a clear idea in how we want to play the game. Simple and build on that over a period of time. So with that we call players to we do have to have a system. DNA. We need a DNA, don't we? Because at the moment, what is our DNA? We need a DNA. Just like you said, we need a system. And if we're talking about building a system as well, Karumi, I think that system should start most certainly for the homegrown players at youth level, at academy level. So when you integrate whoever the player is, that integration is a smooth process because they know there is a DNA. When you think of DNA, football culture, football heritage, you think of clubs like Arsenal, or you think of a team like Barcelona. You look at Pep and the DNA that he's trying to instill, or the DNA that he's instilled in this Manchester City side, is evident to see. You have to have a DNA. You have to think, what is your philosophy? How do you implement your philosophy? Those are the basics. If you can't get the basics right, then you're not going to win. You're always going to be knocking down, rebuilding, but you don't even know what you're rebuilding towards. You're just building for the sake of it. I don't know if it's heartbreaking, J. Ross, because I kind of feel like it's somewhat expected up until this point. It's expected, isn't it? But we're patriots, so we always have some belief in our country, but we're just getting played off the park. Where do we go from here, guys? Where do we actually go in all seriousness? Where do we go from here? Let me pop the live stream in the comment section again. Anybody who wants to jump on here with me, you are more than welcome to. All I ask is for you to just make it child friendly. So that simply means please do watch your language. And also try to have a well-lit background so I can see your lovely faces. Super Nick, for so many different reasons. That's why I'm finding it so hard to smile today, because you're absolutely right. Bang on the money, bang on, for so many different reasons. It's been a dreadful, atrocious day for football. And that's outside of tonight's results. Tonight's results don't even come close to why today has been a terrible day for football. Jamaica has the potential to be a serious competitor. They do, but they also have a lot of chat. You've got to turn that chat into being practical. Actions. Action speaks volumes. You gotta come to the US for the 2020. You're gonna come. If God spare my life, I don't see why not. Would love to. I've been to the United States a few times, so I wouldn't mind coming over there. Yeah, if I'm still around, then why not? Always so close, but yet so far. I see something here because Paul Hall is a bridge between England and Jamaica. We can get the right mix of players. Maybe we should get Barnes as head coach. Interesting that, Theo. I like the combination of the two. I did touch on one of my streams. I think someone asked me who I wanted, if I wanted John Barnes, and I did say that being greedy, uh, I'm in favor of seeing if we can have both John Barnes and Paul Hall. I don't know if that can work, but I would love to test out both, pretty much what you've said. And I think in terms of bridging that gap, just like Paul Hall, I also think that John Barnes can bridge the gap as well. It's just whether or not we can bring the two together. I would love if we could. Who is that with the goal there, Karumi? I am so far behind. It is absolutely shameless. Shameful, I should say. 3-2. I mean, Karumi, where you watching this? You in the stands because not even Google is as quick as you. Google is still telling me 3-1, 86 minutes. We've got a player that's down holding his face. This looks like it's Javaine Brown. Who is this one? It's down holding their face. Can see that on my phone. Who scored this one? Looks like it's Kevin Stewart. Is that Kevin Stewart? Look like Kevin Stewart's got his. Is that Kevin Stewart or is that Andre Gray? I think it might be Andre Gray. This is why I just want the names of the players on their jerseys. Just it looks like Andre Gray to me there, guys, but I think I might need to see the replay again. But it looked like it's Andre Gray. What are you guys saying? Okay, so it's Gray. I figured it might be either or. That's lovely. Thanks, guys. 3-2, keep fighting. They need to keep on fighting. This frustrating stuff. They need to keep on fighting. You are quicker than Google. I checked my Google. My Google was telling me that it's still 3-1. So I was wondering how you managed to find that one. I'm gonna try and see if I can pop that goal into the stream there for you guys. But before I can do that, I need to get my hands on the goal itself. Okay, let's see if I can get that. It is so funny that the goal is only just showing up on my desktop. Try and see if I can. Need to rewatch this one. What was this? Was this a header? Let's see. Bear with me, guys. Let me watch my replay. Yes, it was a header. Good header. Fantastic position there from Andre Gray. Have the formula in 2026 will be easier shot. We have to stick to it because we don't have the money to be getting all these expensive coaches. Depends on who you have in mind. I wouldn't really say money is an issue. Don't think money is an issue. Definitely don't think money is an issue. So as soon as that, the referee's a joke. I'm relying on you guys here to see this one through for me because there's a bit of a delay. Unfortunately, it's saying 89 minutes, guys. Panama leading just. They're out in front with 3 goals. Jamaica are sitting on 2 goals. Good to see that from the big man. That's what we need. And it's also good to see that he's still on the pitch as well. Antonio doing everyone's job. Antonio being elite. We need a system on how to be technical and tactical discipline. We need a philosophy. We need a philosophy. That's what we need. So I'm gonna pop back over to Google because my stream is extremely late. I can see that we're in the 90th minute here, guys. Keep me updated as the game goes. I might just watch this one in the comment section with a quick little glance at my screen. 4 minutes of added time. Kurumi, you're an absolute superstar. Thank you for that. 4 minutes of added time there, guys. It would be fantastic if we can pull one back and possibly steal or nick a winner. That would be great. And those are the worst ways to lose football matches as well, at the death. No team wants to lose all 3 points at the death. Would be nice if we can pull that one off. Starting to feel a little bit nervous, so I'm gonna be going back and forth. I can see that we've played 1 minute of the fourth minute. So Karumi, Super Nick, Theo, everyone in the comment section, J Ross if you're still here, Kai, I'm gonna be Carlos as well. I'm gonna be leaning on you guys for the last couple of minutes because this stream is just ridiculous. It's behind by some distance. He has heart. Walker has heart. He really does have heart, and he's giving a good account of himself, just like he's playing like a well-seasoned senior player. He's showing a lot of heart, and that's what we want to see. Want to see more of that. Small in stature, big in ability in terms of what he's trying to create for Jamaica. We need to. That's what you want to see more of. Like I said, I don't mind necessarily losing a match, but for us to beat ourselves time and time again, it's something that don't sit well with me. And if you are going to lose, then go out fighting. Go out fighting. Start identify the young players, them. Get into the academy in the football and groom them the right way. Yeah, someone touched on us sorting our scouting system, and I think that's definitely an area that we need to amend as a matter of urgency. Even, despite what happens at the end of this World Cup qualifying campaign. Did we equalize? Oh, okay, you're referring to something. Carlos. Whew, got me excited there for a second. Let's pop over to Google. Google is saying that we're in the third minute of the 4th minute of added time. Is that correct, guys? Agree here with J Ross. He just needs to bulk. The quality's there. He looks good. Yeah, I do agree with you. He needs to bulk up a bit. Naturally, you do need to. It's okay, Carlos. No worries at all. I jumped the gun with that one. I agree with you, J Ross. He definitely should bulk up. Still 3-2. Did we score? It's miserable. Let me know what you guys think. Who had the chance, Super Nick? I'm probably going to see this chance that you speak of in the next 2 minutes. I'm just 2 minutes behind you guys. Oh, really? Flemo might have to go and polish his shooting boots for the next game then, if that's the case. Kurumi, I mean, you look like a spring chicken, but you've been on this planet for many years. I could only imagine your depths of disappointment. So I'm going to go with the trusted Kurumi here. He's saying that it's full time. Carlos is also saying full time. So I'm going to go with what should be full time score in Panama 3, Jamaica 2. So another loss, guys. I can see Ethan Pinnock shaking his head there. They didn't do nothing. You're right. They didn't even shift gears. They did not shift gears at all. Thank you for that, Super Nick. Thank you for that, Kai. They did not switch gears. Difficult to say if it's a deserved win for Panama because I don't want to take nothing away from them, but nicely put, they didn't have to work for it. How many times have we said that Panama did not have to work for that to be given? I can turn off this that's in my ears. Let me turn off my screen as well because I don't need to hear that. Yeah, guys, Panama did not need to work for those 3 points. Came to their backyard and pretty much handed it to them. I've touched on this already as well, Super Nick. Gifted them with the first goal, with the equalizer, though I do still believe that Javane Brown could have done nothing about that. I think it, like I said so many times before, it was the wrong place at the wrong time for him, unfortunately. I don't even know if it's been a good night. Let me just put back on my headphones to hear something. Yeah, I don't have, I mean, good night to yourself, but I'm sat over here. It's just gone past 2 minutes past 12, so I'm already into Monday morning here in London, and it's definitely hasn't been a good night for myself. They turned up the gears in the end, and I like the fight though, but I believe we could start again. With Paul Hall and John Barnes put away the politics and we could win. Heavy emphasis on putting away the politics there, Theo, because that's something that has definitely stifled our development at all levels of the game, be it from grassroots all the way through to the senior team. I'm gonna go and see what's happening in the other games, guys. But again, let me know what you think of the game. And where do we go from here? How are you guys feeling in terms of belief? Are you saying that that is it? All set, that is now not going to happen? They had fans in the stand. Interesting. For those of you who are wondering why Super Nick is saying it's interesting, it's because with our game against Mexico on home soil some days ago, unlike our game against the United States back in November, where we had fans inside the national stadium, this time round we had zero fans. And we all know the quality of the 12th man and what it can do to your players, not just the players on the field of play, but those guys sitting on the bench gearing up to come on. We know the benefits of having the 12th man, but unfortunately for the Reggae Boys, they didn't have the 12th man available against Mexico. $2026. Yeah. I mean, somebody a bigger head like yourself, Karumi, you probably saw this one coming from a mile off. But I think we can all share the same level of disappointment. So Mexico is 0-0. Let me go ahead and bring up that table for you guys. Before I do so, let me go back and do a shared screen, so you guys can see the table rather than being selfish and looking at it by myself. Let me just pop your comment off screen there, Karumi, and let me also remove my banner so I can make things a little bit more easier for you, easy on the eye. So this is how the games are looking. This game is still going on. Where is it? It should be here. It's against Mexico against Costa Rica. We've got Costa Rica coming up 0-0. 48 minutes played. Now, if we go back and look at the table, guys, this is how the table is sitting. As expected, sitting high at the top on 22 points, we have Canada. 10 matches played for all teams except El Salvador and Honduras. But no disrespect to either nations, but at this point, does it really matter? I mean, it is still your country, so you still want to see them play. Canada, 10 matches played, 6 games won, 4 draws, 0 losses. As I said, guys, they are sitting comfortable at the top of the table on 22 points. Closely followed on 18 points apiece is the United States and Mexico. Mexico currently playing against Costa Rica. And just below them are our opponents, tonight's opponents. Panama sitting in 4th place. Beneath Panama, you have Costa Rica. And as I've said before, they're currently playing against Mexico. They have 13 points. And there we are, guys. We are sitting on 7 points in 6th place. Only countries performing worse than us is El Salvador and Honduras. So it's not looking great for us, is it? It's looking bleak. It's looking extremely bleak, concerning. Let me go over and see what you guys are saying in the comment section. Okay, let me go back and see what you guys are saying, because you probably don't want to look at that. You guys probably don't want to look at that league table for too long. Mexico fans were doing the really. Oh yes. You just rejogged my memory. Yes, Carlos. Yes. Yes, you do. You did rejog my memory there. It was FIFA or CONCACAF way to punish Mexico. Okay, I did forget that. So thank you for reminding me. Digital Home Tech, good evening to yourself. Hope that you've had a pleasant weekend. The best team win. Yeah, they do. They do. They also win when you play against yourself, when you don't show up on the day. When you shoot yourself in the foot, you kind of give them that added bit of push to go and beat you. Jamaica just didn't find rhythm. I think we found it, but safe to say in hindsight, by then it was a little too late towards the latter stage of that game. When I watch these teams, you can feel the spirit of their countries in their game. We just play some, yeah, it does seem like that, doesn't it? Depleted. There doesn't seem that vibration, and it's odd saying that when you watch Jamaican football, you can't, and that's the Jamaican men's football team, that you cannot see or you cannot feel that vibration. And people are touching on key words such as rhythm and vibration. They go hand in hand together. When you call yourself reggae boys, when you take away the boys and look at reggae, we know what reggae is all about if we're looking at music and the culture. So it's actually quite disheartening to see that we can't create that positive vibration. We don't have no rhythm at all, zero rhythm when it comes to playing football. And I do believe this is something that Paul Hall touched on in his first press conference that was posted on my channel some weeks ago. So you can go back and watch Paul Hall's first press conference, where he touched on trying to create that rhythm. You want to play a bit like you have the Brazilians playing their samba, right? Play their football with movement, tempo, rhythm. You want to create that for Jamaica calling themselves the reggae boys. You have to have movement with that. But right now we're not moving, we're standing still, completely still. Good evening to yourself, Loud Music. I hope you had a pleasant weekend and best of luck for the week ahead. Travis, how many times have you said this? Probably countless times, right? But we all know that that's not the case. Spineless. We're spineless. We do need to solidify a formula that works well in midfield, because we've been saying this since the start of the World Cup qualifying campaign, that the weakest point on the pitch for us, our weakest area, is the center of the park. Lacking in creativity, lacking in grit. I think to get the best out of your backline and your attack, you need that fair balance in midfield in terms of creativity and grit, having the player who can pull those 1-2 passes together, split a defense, create a clear-cut opportunity for your forward or your attacking players. You need that creative player in the team. You also need that player who is rough and tough, who can grab the game by the scruff of the neck without managing to get sent off. You need to have the tool for two players to complement each other in the heart of our midfield. But at the moment, we're not seeing that. Could argue that in terms of grit, we would have seen that from Anthony Grant. And I think it might be fair to say that the reason why he didn't make the squad announcement this time round is possibly down to his transfer to Scunthorpe. We saw that news broke a couple of days ago. So Anthony Grant have made his winter transfer over to Scunthorpe. So I trust that with that done, and there should be no club interference with his new club, I do trust that we should see Anthony Grant in the next World Cup qualifying window. I can't see him coming into the squad for the final game in February, some days from now. That match will be played on Thursday if you're in the UK. If you're in Jamaica and then parts of America and Canada as well, that game will be played on Wednesday. So do check the timing for that. If you're in England at the moment, it's scheduled for a 11 a.m. kickoff. I think you need to get in touch with the guys at the Federation, Karumi. That's an interesting one. Super Nick. The first thing that comes to mind with what you've said is what I've focused on is they have lost the love for the game. And that kind of gives me an understanding that we might be on the same page here in terms of being led to believe that morale might be a little bit low or not at the expected level, or the confidence and the morale don't match each other. A little bit of a why does this keep on freezing? One moment, guys. Yeah, a little bit of a off balance going on there where morale and confidence is concerned. But I think you're onto something there. Interesting. Whether they've lost the love for the game, only the players themselves can answer that. But if they have lost the love for the game, can you blame them given how many stop and starts we've had? Chopping up the team, chopping up the formation ever so often. We don't seem to have been able to solidify one or come up with one formula. It works, and then therefore we proceed to stick into that formula. It's just ever so often there's plenty of chop and change. The team off it set away, no look good. Reggae Boys future dark. Sun gone down. Amid midnight darkness moon. If you don't laugh, you will cry. It's bleak where you're at, right? Loud music, extremely bleak. Our trainer need to remove. We can't last more than 60 minutes. I think it's a collective effort as well, right? I think at this stage, it's safe to say that the boys they have to push themselves that tad bit extra. So I hear what you're saying, Karumi, but if we're going, I think it works hand in hand. And I say it as in the players and the trainer, they both work hand in hand in terms of preparations for the games. Players staying behind doing extra training session, extra gym work, conditioning their minds or reconditioning their minds, fine-tuning themselves. Players really at some point they do have to look at themselves and know that better is needed. Because you see a different Reggae Boys in the latter stage of that game, right? You see Michael Antonio playing his heart out, trying to secure that equalizer, trying to see if we can get that all-important goal. World Cup done. I think they just have to call up some young players and try and get some experience. I think we should just keep it as it is. Keep it as it is right through the rest of the World Cup qualifying campaign. No one knows what tomorrow holds. And then you start to rebuild. I think it's pointless at this point, rebuilding. Just see out the rest of the World Cup qualifying campaign. At the end of the final game, that's when you do your reshuffling. That's when you do your final or the start. That's when you begin the start of your rebuild. And it's crazy, Super Nick, given the clubs that each players belong to. When you look at some of the clubs that these players come from, be it in the MLS, be it the championship, the EFL championship, English Football League, for some of these players, and of course the most precious one of them all, the Premier League. So people are always going to argue and say, how can this player, player A or player B, look excellent when they're playing for their club, but when you come over and play for your national team, you're not the same player. You look like a complete stranger. But I think these are definite things that we can take into consideration. And I think there are issues that needs to be addressed. His inexperience, I think, in fairness to the gaffer, he did admit that yes, he is inexperienced at this level, but somebody has to start somewhere. And also, Paul Hall didn't give himself the job; someone gave Paul Hall the job. Yes, it is at the moment on a temporary basis, but Paul Hall didn't put himself in the driving seat. He was placed in the driving seat by those who are in charge of him. So I can flip the script and say that the JFF are rookies as opposed to Paul Hall being a rookie. The JFF are rookies, Asian experience, but they still make schoolboy errors time and time again. So I think I'm always in favor at looking at those at the top and analyzing where they're going wrong. Because clearly things do go wrong in terms of how we approach each campaign, be it the CONCACAF, be it the Gold Cup, be it qualifiers for a World Cup. The habit is always the same. The urgency is the same ever so often, be it every 4 years or less. The decision making behind call ups is the same, and it's been the same for decades upon decades. And I think with that being said, we perhaps shouldn't be disappointed when we see our things pan out because it's almost inevitable. I said earlier on that I could record myself and say that we beat ourselves and play again for the next game. And it's likely that I can play again for the next game and it would still be relevant that we beat ourselves. Reason the coach Hall give why Anthony Grant would not be here because he could not fit the system he wanted. Oh, really? Where did he say this in a press conference, Karumi? I've not been able to tap into Paula's press conference. I heard a short audio for the Paul Hall's press conference heading into the game against Mexico, but from what I heard, I don't think I heard the gaffer touch on his reason for Anthony Grant not being included in this current squad announcement and keeping it simple, not being able to do the basics, Super Nick, just not being able to do the basics, and it's worrying. You do have to just measure your expectation of your team if they're not capable of providing or executing the basic, the bare minimum. Even teams below us in the league, Super Nick, somehow managed to make them look frightening. Ricketts out, 13 parish president out, Horace Reed out, Speed out, Dalton out, Bruce Gaynor out. With that being said, long story short, what Champ is saying that he wants to overhaul. To summarize that in terms of the guys at the top, everything seems tentative as if club teams will find them for injury. Okay, you're onto something. So players not perhaps wanting to be too overly committed when it comes to playing the game, just in case they might pick up a injury. It's an interesting one, Super Nick, because Say the club didn't say to a player, you have to take extra caution when you go out there and represent your country. Given what we know of what goes on behind the scenes, or allegedly what goes on behind the scenes, and I could take you down the route of salary payments for the players, given what we've seen in recent years and how the players are treated by the federation, would you put yourself in the player's position? Would you overly commit at this point of the World Cup qualifying campaign, when you know that you have a future and a career that puts food on the table for you, not only for yourself, your immediate family and your extended family as well? Would you really risk it? Would you risk it at the risk of potentially picking up a season-ending injury, or maybe an injury that completely changes your career? So that's an interesting point that you have picked up on there, Super Nick, in terms of where the clubs are concerned and these injuries. But maybe it could be a combination of the two, where the clubs have seen to that the player that take extra care, almost put them in bubble wrap, so to speak. But maybe the players might say to themselves, like, you know what, I can't afford to, at this point of the World Cup qualifying campaign, I can't afford to be overly committed with how I take to the field, because all it takes is one bad injury. And judging by how the federation treats the players, or treated the players in the past, there's no guarantee that there will be a blanket, so to speak, to protect you when nights get cold, when and if you manage to pick up a serious injury. And a serious injury could be a career-ending injury, or an injury that keeps you out for the season. And in football, the next talent is around the corner all the time. You could be the man for your club. Mikel Antonio could be the man for West Ham, come to Jamaica, over commits himself on the field of play, ends up picking up a nasty tackle that takes him out for the duration of the season, or maybe even bulk of next season. By the time he knows it, there's another player in his position. Before you know it, he doesn't get as many minutes for West Ham, because that new player is up and running, firing in every sense of the word. So it's an interesting one. So yeah, it's an interesting comment that I do think, touching on what we've said before, that we definitely have some quality players there. We definitely have the quality. We also have to back our chat as well, or talk less and be more proactive, be more practical, immediate and urgent clean out. That's something I will definitely stand with you. I'll stand side by side with you on that. Loud music, entertainment, 100% stand side by side with you in regards to the federation needing a clear out. You have to do a clear out. If you don't do a clear out now, then when will you do a clear out? Because as long as I've been watching international football, it's always been the same names over and over again. I don't think I have the strength to be vexed tonight, because I think it's unfortunate, but it's almost as if it's somewhat expected. So I don't think I have the energy to be annoyed tonight. Exactly. Nail on the head. Nail on the head. So I think it's probably gotten to a point where West Ham, a club like West Ham or Brentford, don't need to whisper in the ear of Mikel Antonio or Ethan Pinnock. The players aren't stupid at the end of the day. They know what professionalism looks like. When you're playing for elite clubs like your Brentford and your West Ham, you know elitism. You know professionalism, because you should be getting the best of the best. When you pop over to Jamaica and you're playing for Jamaica and you see that things are not of the expected requirements, you're not going to take them serious. You're not going to take them serious, be it intentional or unintentional. You're not going to take them serious. And we'd be kidding ourselves if we expect a player to overcommit themselves on the field of play, if we're looking at what Super Nick has said. And absolutely nail on the head. There's no stability, there's no security there. So why should the player give their all when you can't do the basic or fulfill the basic requirements from the federation? You can't even do that, but you want the players to overcommit. It's not going to happen. I hope so, Super Nick. I hope so. For our sake. For our sake, I do hope that the rebuilding starts now. The rebuilding, and subsequently what that means is I'm expecting that there will be a handful of senior players that stays on. Possibly taking us into that 2026 World Cup qualifier cycle, and then slowly being filtered out. Or maybe if we do the unthinkable and go to the World Cup 2026, maybe after that we won't see them again. But I do think that now is the right time after this World Cup qualifying campaign to start off fresh and rebuild. They do need an audit, and I'm surprised that hasn't been done already. But because there's no one there to hold the federation accountable. Who do they have to answer to aside from the obvious? And if there's no one there, if there's no one there knocking on the door of FIFA and saying, "Excuse me, look over here, what's going on? Is this allowed to happen?" Unless someone does that, who's going to hold JFF accountable? Absolutely no one, because it's almost as if they're their own boss. When you're your own boss, you pretty much do as you feel, don't you? Because nobody can tell you anything, so you just do as you feel. So guys, my time over here is almost 12:30. It's now 12:27 where I'm at. So please let me know your thoughts on the game before I end this live stream. I've been on here for 2 hours and 35 minutes with you all. So let me know how you feel about this game. Let me know where you stand in terms of our hopes of qualifying for Qatar. Every time there's poor game and planning as well, we don't play with any ambition, lack the energy and motivation to beat teams that we should be. Showed urgency too little too late. There you go. There you go. Money change hands, and the political power that be continue to gatekeep the J. That's why you have to just knock everything down, Super Nick, and build all over again. Cut all friendship ties. They always tell you from basic school that you don't mix friendship and business together, because it's a recipe for disaster. How do you put your friend in their place, or check your friends when they're doing wrong? There are some friends that you can politely put in their place or correct them, but there are also some friends that even if you do it professionally and politely, they don't want to be checked, or they feel as if they're bigger than you despite your position of power. So I do think that we need to cut all ties with what's currently inside the system, be it internally, and just start off fresh. Forget the book, throw this book away. This book is no good to us in terms of our long-term planning, our long-term gratification. We need a completely different book with fresh pages. And I think if we do that and take it a step-by-step process, learn from the past, learn from the previous decade, then I think we might see glimpses of a brighter future. But until that happens, I think unfortunately we're going to be sit here time and time again. So more often than anything, where we see a repeat of the same. Thought it was a tough game. I support the US men's national team, but I wanted to thank you. A major overhaul is absolutely needed. Major overhaul, preferably starting right from the top. Right from the top. I think that's something that us as the 12th man, we need to figure out how to get that ball rolling. Everybody has to answer to somebody, including the JFF. They're not exempt from the rules. They're not exempt from requirements. We need to be honest to ourselves. This is what we need to yeah, we do. We do, Karumi. Thank you, by the way. We do. With all due respect, we absolutely do need to be honest with ourselves, and we do need to look at ourselves. They aren't good enough to do it with their hands tied behind their backs. They don't care. I think it's safe to say they are absolutely not bothered. I think a lot of people overhype the championship. They are good players here in the Americas, and you have to respect them. Jamaica have enough quality to finish top four, but they are not good enough to do it with their hands tied behind their back. Disappointed with them. Extremely disappointed in it. This is where you change it from, you could add a word in there and say that the politics didn't help us. Didn't help us at all. I don't know how you can call yourself a patriot. You can't be a patriot when you pick and choose when to support your nation. You're not a patriot then. All in all, it's just really frustrating, guys. It's just frustrating stuff, and struggling to see the positive in all of this. Absolutely struggling to see the the benefits in all of this. Let me know your final thoughts, guys, in terms of how you feel about a possible qualification after all that you've seen so far. You think it would have been a different result if Kevin Stewart had started? Because this team seemed to change together once a proper came into the midfield. I think with Kevin Stewart, you have to be cautious of how you manage him. And if you could just think back of recent injuries to Kevin Stewart, I think it's a decision that takes careful planning and managing from the gaffer in terms of how he integrates Stewart into the team. Last thing you want to do is throw him in at the deep end where it's a matter of sink or swim. And in such a crucial game against Panama, he might come on in the deep end, not give a fantastic account of himself, and then end up unintentionally knocking his confidence because he might feel that he should have done better, when in reality he did the best that he could. It's just that collectively we don't move as a unit. There's a problem there, evidently. So that's the way I see things. Let me know how you guys feel. To drink some water as well. Just bear with me, guys. One moment. The government and JFF are not proactive. Let me bring up Super Nick's chat for a second. 1 second, guys. Okay. So Super Nick is saying the government and JFF are not proactive. This is why there is no pathway from the amateur to semi-pro to pro. It's either lock, buck up, or lock, buck up, or vibes. Oh God, I could take a bit of vibes right now. I tell you that, Super Nick. Would not mind some. Where you based, by the way? Sorry if I already asked you this. There's a ton of English Jamaican players that would have helped, and they should have been put forth. And they should have put forth a good effort to get them. Tallawah, yeah, Damari Gray, there's issues there concerning documentation. Why have these resources? Why have all these resources and not use them? Because they're not bothered. That's why. They don't care. Oh, wicked. So we're both here on the same time zone. Who do you support? Yeah, so that's what I have to say in regards to Damari Gray. At this point, are you really going to introduce more new players into the team, or are you just going to say, let's stick to what we have? Let's go out there and fight just like we did in the latter stage of the Panama game, and let's try to give an excellent account of ourselves and see where it takes us? Or are you going to say, let's take some more gamble, let's continue to chop and change, and if Demarai Gray has his passport for the March window, then bring him in? Yeah, but they should have started exactly. But this is what I've said, and I think Super Nick has touched. Gonna bring up a comment in a second. I think Super Nick has touched on it already. That and a few of us in the comment section as well. That it's a matter of being proactive. And if you follow Jamaican football, be it the reggae girls or the reggae boys, there's a lack of proactiveness where the federation again is concerned. Oh God, I think you know how much I feel. You know how I feel about Manchester United already. I don't think we need to tap into that. But it's nice to have you on my watch along there. But I think the feeling is mutual. Feelings should be quite mutual between yourself and me with regards to the clubs we both support respectively. Okay, I'm gonna give myself perhaps 6 more minutes on this live stream, guys. I don't know about the rest of you in this comment section, but I think sleep is catching up on me just about. Also, just realized I don't think I've had any water today, so I need to make sure I sort that out tonight and for the rest of the week. Pure pain at club and international level. Let's have a guess and find out who you support. You're probably an Arsenal fan. Then again, you could be Manchester United, because these days the teams who were once big back in their day are just performing poorly. So who do you support? Because there's a few big name clubs out there that's not living up to their history in terms of performance and results due to slackness. And it's crazy saying that, right? This is why I'm saying, does it even make sense bringing in Gray at this point? And knowing our luck, might be a case where England goes knocking for Demarai Gray, try their luck again to see if they can capture him and bring him back on side. We are so similar. We are quite similar in terms of the Arsenal and Manchester United toss-up. Manchester United, yeah, I figured it must be Man U. It's either going to be, judging based off what you said up here, it was either going to be Arsenal or Man U. So I figured it must be either or, right? I can definitely relate to this one. Lively, but can be a little bit tense at times. I can only speak for myself. I don't know what it's like your end, but it's lively, but it can be a little bit tense at times. But exciting, to say the least. Let me know how you guys are feeling. We'll go back into that game, guys. Let me look at that Canada. Is it Canada? That Mexico? My apologies. Mexico. El Salvador and Honduras have just kicked off. In the game against Mexico and Panama and Costa Rica, it is still 0-0. There's a few more matches there to keep yourselves occupied for the rest of the evening. Oh God, Super Nick. Yeah, that is the reason why I don't even feel like my usual self tonight. It's just so disheartening, right? And I know exactly what you're talking about as well. But thankfully, before and news has started flying left, right, and center for said topic, same topic being repeated, not just in men's football, but also over in women's football as well. It's heavy on the heart. So I managed to get my dinner out the way, managed to do my fried fish and my rice and peas. Also managed to get myself some dessert as well, so that was nice. You guys are saying, even predicted a tie, and it looks like that's going to happen. Carlos, you must have a secret genie. Might need to borrow you. I mean, you're a Guna, so I shouldn't have to borrow your genie, but do your magic, Carlos. I need at least 2 players. by end of play tomorrow, in time for end of play tomorrow for the closing of the winter transfer window, Carlos. So please go ahead and do your thing. I watch the teams with the reggae girls. So, for example, your Manchester City, your Chelsea, Charlton, Liverpool. Would love if Arsenal went and recruited a Jamaican player. Actually, wouldn't mind seeing Bunny at Arsenal sometime in the future. Sorry, Manchester City fans. Overall, I am disappointed because the last two games could have been a lot more different. Could have been a lot more different if things went our way in terms of Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. You've also, I mean, if you look back at that last game, a bit similar to what we've seen in prior World Cup qualifiers where we've beaten ourselves. So I can't be too disappointed, right? Because it's just a repeat of what we've all seen up until this point. Yes, Swaby, she's down. She's playing for Angel FC, made a transfer from AS Roma towards the back end of last year in December. Yeah, Bunny is absolute world class. Like I said, would love to see her play for Arsenal. And my apologies if I've upset a few Manchester City fans. But why not? Would love to see her don the red and white of Arsenal sometime in the near future. Who knows? Maybe that might be her next move. Can't see her jumping ship with their friendly rivals, Manchester United. But who knows? Football can be difficult to predict. 2026 should be the aim right now. Yeah, if it isn't already, secretly, internally, maybe it is. Maybe this is them trying to begin their rebuild process, which will inevitably lead to fine tuning and seeing which age or which senior player is shown the exit door and which youngsters is integrated. Youngsters like the likes of Tariq McGee, Peter Lee, to name a few. Lamar Walker is already there. Alex Marshall would have gotten his chance had it not been for sickness back against Peru some days ago. I believe he was one of the players who allegedly contracted COVID, so was unavailable for selection. So one thing I can say is that I'm excited for the future when you consider the wealth of talent we have with the youths. And surprisingly, when you look at the youth, you look at that midfield, which is an area that's clearly our weakness at the moment. Our weakest spot on the field is midfield, but we do have some young, vibrant midfielders coming up. Canada, USA, and Jam auto qualify in. I think you might be forgetting just how disruptive our internal balance is at the moment there, Kai. I don't feel we will not get anyone. Panic buy. It's the worst transfer market under Arteta. Yeah, this is his worst transfer market so far, isn't it? Let me know who you guys would like to get through your doors before deadline day for the winter transfer window if you are in England. Hear a lot of people talk about Phoenix. Super. This is a conversation for another day. This is definitely a conversation for another day. I think in terms of youngsters, I think it's safe to say that we should be looking in the direction of Cavalier, being that they are the current champions of the Jamaica Premier League and what they did last season and the style and pattern in which they went through to secure that historic title. I think it's safe to say they have more than a handful of quality players over at their club that could easily be in. Why does it keep on freezing? Sorry, guys. 1 second there, guys. Let me try and refresh something from my end. Seeing the comment, but it keeps on. Let's see. I don't know what's going on. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Kind of lost track of thoughts there, but I think I was talking about the integration of players from Cavalier and then being integrated into the senior side. Jonathan David, you're saying Jonathan. I've been hearing 1 or 2 rumors of Jonathan David signing for Arsenal. If we are recruiting English-based players, we should start this year. Should have started in the last decade. But you have to start somewhere, right? When you look at our region and when you focus on the Caribbean, so many nations are already getting their act together. If we're not careful, if we're not proactive from here on out, we are going to find ourselves in an even messier scenario. You think this is bad? What's going to happen when we have the likes like Trinidad flying above us, flying high and proud? So this is about Manchester United. You're saying I need to. 1 second there, guys. And I just wipe off my face quickly. Yeah, that's better. So you're saying that club football, right? Our owners are busy fighting PR files, getting in new personnel. It's looking. Your club has safe to say, it's going to be an interesting day for you guys, Super Nick. New personnel is one thing. I do think you guys definitely need to bring a few reinforcement through the door. Oddly enough, your biggest problem at the moment in terms of your team at club and international level is trying to get that fair balance in midfield from what I've seen from Manchester United. But you know your club better than myself. This is why it's so funny when I see Arsenal and Manchester United fans go at it shamelessly. There are some people who have absolutely no shame because, I mean, Super Nick here is touching on. Where is it? I just lost it. Where is it? Panic buy. There you go. You touched on panic buy. And I think someone else, I think it was Kay that touched on panic buy. Kay or Carlos touched on panic buy. So it's funny, 2 heavyweights of English football. At their heights, they were 2 of the greatest clubs. I still think they're 2 of the greatest clubs in world football, but they were just a force back then at their heights. And now, at present, they're doing panic buys. It's interesting, isn't it? I don't know football, Super Nick. Forget the club. I don't know football. Football is just, it's almost ever so often something else happens that kind of makes you question, is it really the beautiful game? Should we really be calling football the beautiful game? Because there's evidence there to say that it clearly isn't. So It's disappointing to say the least, but I don't even know for football. You don't know for your club. I don't know for football in general. I'm going to give myself, yeah, $1 million, £1 million market, isn't it? Billion, probably billions, probably a billion pound industry. So you know what they say about money, money talks. But yeah, I did give some consideration, just tapping onto what Super Nick said in terms of all that's happened today in football. Did have a little thought to myself, and I said, is football really the um a beautiful game? Is it really a beautiful game? Should we still be calling football a beautiful game? Because there's evidence there to say otherwise. Let me have your final comments, guys, before I go. It's now 8 minutes to 1. Um, so before I close off for my live stream, let me have your final thoughts on anything really. Don't even know what else to say about the Reggae Boys because I'm pretty sure I've repeated myself a number of occasions. So you say you're in London. Whereabouts in London are you based without being too specific? Be interesting. Do you coach football or is it just something that you just lean on in your pastime? Because grassroots, that's quite an interesting one to fall back on. That's where it all starts, don't it? Grassroots is where it all starts. Awful for Mexico, especially at home. Need a drink. So you guys, you drew that one, Carlos. Sorry about the disappointment, but a draw is. I mean, I'll take a draw any day of the week. No. So there we go, guys. Mexico and Costa Rica. That one ended in a draw. Our next opponents will be against Costa Rica. I'm going to start dinner. Enjoy the stream with you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your dinner. Do try to eat for both of us. I hope it's something delicious and I hope you have a fabulous week. And do keep yourself and your family safe and well. You're from South. Okay. South London. Okay. The people say to you like, how come you support Manchester United and you're in London? Because that's always like the common joke, right? With Manchester United fans. I'm tired of hearing that, and I don't know how you feel because obviously you're the Man United fan. Luca, you got Luca close by, right? Yes, you have Luca close by. That's another player to keep an eye on. It's be interesting to see that. I mean, Dulwich, they're not exactly a laughing stock, are they? They're a serious club. So I think that team will help to aid his development. You're absolutely welcome. Good evening to yourself. How did you find the game? And thank you for tuning in to my live stream. I hope you had a pleasant weekend and I hope you have a better week when it comes. Trying to stay positive here, given all that's happened in football today. Try my very best to remain positive. The full-time score in that game against Panama. Let me just remind you all how that one ended. Let me go back over here and bring that up on my screen for you all, just in case some of you are just tuning in. You can catch a glimpse of how that game ended. And if you somehow missed that game, it's pretty much more of the same. So you didn't actually miss anything. Right at home then, right? Right at home for him. Shouldn't be a change in culture or in environment. Please do huge emphasis on that likes and follow, or likes and subscribe depending on which platform you're on. If you're over on the Instagram or the Twitter page, and it's definitely a polite follow, and I will definitely appreciate your support. Sorry about the stop and start this evening, guys. I've had a few stop and starts with my stream. Also had a few stop and starts on here with you guys. So the internet hasn't been too friendly for me tonight, but I can't complain because usually it's actually quite good. Oh, that is great to know. That is good. Be interesting to hear your story on that, because that is great to know. I always look at football, despite its flaws, that I look at it as a religion in some sense. The religion, the stadium being your church or your mosque or your temple, and people absolutely worship the football club they support. It comes to a point where you might be able to disrespect a man's family, but you can't disrespect his football club. It's that serious for some. And yeah, it's one that does give a lot of pleasure for countless reasons. And that is one of like my talking points when I meet someone new. It's always, who do you support? And real football fans know exactly what you mean when you say, who do you support? So it's an interesting one. I also think it's a language in itself. You might be in a country where you don't speak their native language, and you might bump into somebody who's a football fan just like yourself. And before you know it, you've formed a long-term friendship for life. So football is an interesting one. The love for Manchester United is an interesting, we will talk about. I'm looking forward to hearing this. Looking forward to hearing this. I think I had something quite similar. And it's funny because I think it might be in the Europa League. I think it was when we was last knocked out. Not last knocked out, when we were knocked out. The Olympiacos game, the game that basically got Unai Emery sacked. Yeah. I think there might be one or two tears, or maybe it was a combination of tears and just I don't even want to say what else. I don't want to put you guys off from coming back onto my live stream, but yeah, nothing pleasant. Basically, we've all been there where our football team has left us with tears in our eyes. It's deep. It's a deep sport to follow. If you do not follow, maybe it's not a good idea to get involved. Or if you are going to get involved, make sure that you have a strong heart, because there will come a time where your football team will disappoint you and push you to breaking point. Interesting, Super Nick. I'm looking forward to hearing your story on how you became a Manchester United supporter. Should be an interesting one. How did you find the channel? How did you guys actually find the channel? I think Carlos said yesterday that he found the channel because he was just searching for a Mexico versus Jamaica match, and that's how he found my channel for my live stream on the previous game. So it's a pleasure seeing you here again, Carlos. Connection is the thing, and as things stand now, it's worrying to see that changing. Yeah, I know how you feel. I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly how you feel. Like, you don't even need to. I won't force you to go any further with that, because I know exactly how you feel. There's so much that happens in football, and it's not just today, neither. Today probably adds to the lows and probably makes you think or makes you look at the sport different if you weren't doing so already. So I know how you feel. It's an odd game, to say the least. So this one, guys, this one is saying just over 3 hours. I think I'm going to take this one to 3 hours and 10 minutes, and then we might just have to call it a night. Should be back during the no, I should be back. I will be back during the week, where we could do another live stream of the Costa Rica match. So before I go, what I could do is go back over to that league table for you all, if I can just get that up. You guys probably don't want me to do this, actually. but why not? Let me just take down Super Nick's comment. I'm gonna put back your comment up in a second, Super Nick. Just let me remove my comment as well, and let me turn on the shared screen, and we could pop over to the table and look at how the table stands, guys. There it is. I hope you can see that on your screen. Nothing has changed at the top in terms of the top three, still remains the same. Canada out in front, followed by the United States, followed by Mexico, Panama sitting in fourth, Costa Rica sitting in fifth. And there's the slight shift in change, guys, whereas we were sitting in sixth. If you thought things couldn't get any worse, you're absolutely wrong, because here we are sitting just one spot above the drop, one spot above the bottom, rock bottom, sitting in seventh place. The only country, the only nation that's doing worse than us is Honduras, and they are currently trailing against El Salvador. In that game is currently 1-0 to El Salvador at halftime against Honduras. So that one could change. Maybe it might be a straight El Salvador win, but as things stands, we are currently sitting in seventh place. Sorry to break that one to you, but I figured we might as well look at how the the tables look. Let's go back over here. Thank you, Carlos. You guys are an absolute blessing. Let's see. Connection is a thing, and searching for the Reggae Boys, finding an exclusive and oh, thank you. Thank you. You have made my evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's this difficult. I think this one comes with training of the mind, Super Nick, in terms of being calm and trying to see the positive in all the negative that surrounds our national side, both the reggae boys and the reggae girls. So much things to tap into, but sometimes it's best to just, for the sake of your own mental health, to stay clear of certain subjects, because they're only going to force you to react negatively, or you tap into an emotion that can sometimes be out of your control. So I try to stay clear of certain topics. Or even with the results tonight, there's so much stuff to go into, but like I've said before, it's pretty much more of the same. Just at this point, I just feel like a broken record, heavily repetitive of what I've already said. So I do hope, I'm going to go and see if there's any women's football coming up. I know there were a few women's football played over the weekend between Bunny's team, Manchester City. They gave Nottingham Forest an absolute hammering. Bunny registered 2 goals and also secured herself an assist. That was an absolute thumping, 8-0 thumping, that one from Manchester City women against Nottingham Forest, and that was in the Women's FA Cup fourth round. No, they don't. I'm just here in my little corner, Super Nick. Just here in my little corner, just taking it steady, taking it nice and easy, trying to do a good, trying to represent myself and my gender to the best of my ability. Because, like you said, in spaces like these, our voices aren't usually heard. Sometimes some people don't want to listen to us simply because of our gender, and they kind of think that we don't know nothing about the game, or believe we don't know nothing about the game. So you're absolutely right about that. So as I was saying, guys, there's plenty of women's football that was played over the weekend, and some good results there for the reggae girls. A broken record. Yeah, Richards, that's why it's just like, at this point, what do I say with pre-match analysis? Aside from doing the obvious, and the obvious is to be angry. Nobody's paying me to be angry, and even if they did pay me to be angry, I wouldn't take it, because that's just bad for your mental stability. So that's why I said it is a broken record, because time and time again we find ourselves in the same position where we're heavily repetitive. Again, we talk about transition, we talk about the imbalance in midfield, we talk about communication across the board with the starting 11 and the players that come in, the timing in which substitutions made. We spoke about so many factors that's led us to where we are currently since the start of the World Cup qualifying campaign. We've touched on so many different errors, countless errors, and most of it is repetitive. Schoolboy error after schoolboy error, even in friendlies. It's just so, it's beyond ridiculous. Bunny, Bunny, Bunny is holding her own. I think we touched on this some weeks back in regards to game time for Bunny, and just saying that it's just a matter of Manchester City giving Bunny extra or additional minutes I should say, with a huge emphasis on getting Khadija Bunny Shaw to start the game as opposed to bringing her on as the sub. Luckily for Manchester City, they have a marquee signing. They've made a marquee signing. One thing with Khadija, she only needs a handful of chances. So even if you bring her on in the second half, you're likely to get something out of her. So quite often when she is brought on in the second 45, she goes on to being that super sub for Manchester City, racking up that assists here and there, and also getting her names on the score sheet, which she does so elegantly well. An elegant play in every sense of the word. Would not want to play against her if I was a defender. If I'm a defender and I see Bunny coming towards me, I'm moving out the way. It's not worth it. Definitely not worth it. Not with her talent. Intelligent as well. She's an intelligent player. She knows where the net is, and then obviously she has to know where the net is given her position. But there are players in her position who come in like a sitting duck. Players who are just ineffective. But she's just levels above. Post-match analysis. Okay, rewind. We are Jamaica. In your view, a David or in terms of talent, attitude, and management, can I join you? You want to come on? I could probably hear from you. Let's see. Where did I put my? I could do maybe 10 minutes. Why not? What am I doing? Okay, stop screen share. That's why I was confusing myself there for a second. So let me get that clipped up there for you. Maybe you could come on and share your thoughts there, Richard. I'll pop that down in the comment section. I'll give you guys another 10 minutes since Richard has asked to join the live stream. And then after that, I'm going to have to love you and leave you because my clock is not only ticking, but my battery is also on its last leg. So there you go, Richard. And Richard, you know the golden rules. Please do make it child friendly and do have a well lit background as well. It's never a good idea having my water next to my Mac. So let me not fidget around before I end up getting what the duck gets. Let me just move that quickly and close down this. So Richard, whenever you're ready, the link is down in the comment section for you. And you're more than welcome to come and join me. And also what I'm trying to do for you guys as well, I'm trying to secure a few interviews. I'm supposed to have an interview tomorrow, quite late my time, but it will be a pre-recorded interview. Then I'll chop that one up, edit it, make the necessary edits if there needs to be an edit, and I'll get that one out to you guys as soon as possible. So I do have an interview that's lined up for tomorrow. Just need to check if it's going to go ahead, if not possibly later on in the week, but hopefully we can get that one chalked off our list tomorrow. Okay, maybe it looks as if Richard might not be joining us on this occasion, guys. So I'll give him another, let's be fair with this one. Let's give him another 5 minutes and see if he manages to come on. Let me pop over and see that final game for you guys against El Salvador. They should resume play by now. Yes, they're in the 49th minutes. El Salvador still out in front against Honduras, leading by 1-0. I'm hoping on my next live stream there isn't that many stop and start, because it's horrific when your screen's freezing and your stream isn't cooperating. So Richard, I'm giving you about 3 more minutes. And if you're not able to join me on this live stream, then no worries. I'll catch you on another live stream. But like I said, guys, I think it's safe to say that it's more of the same in terms of what we've seen from the Reggae Boys performance-wise. Little bit of positivity there, but not really much to get too excited for. Came alive towards the latter stage of that second 45, but by then, like someone quite rightly put it in the comment section, by then it was too little, too late, and we already shot ourselves in the foot when it came to that point. So I can see that we have Richard here in the studio. I'm going to bring him up for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to have to sign out because I can see I have 10% on my Mac, guys. Let's see what I can make of the 10%. All right, so sit tight with me. Richard, how are you?
Good evening, Crystal. I'm well. Can you hear me?
Has it been a good evening for you, Richard, bearing in mind all that's happened up until this point?
That's a great question. Can you hear me loud and clear, Crystal?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic. First time I'm coming on live this evening. I actually fell asleep. I was dreaming of Lewis Hamilton.
You fell asleep?
I fell asleep before the start of the game. I knew that the game was taking place, but I was getting mixed up with my start times. I woke up. I knew that the pressure was on, but it was a massive game.
Yeah.
I've just been seeing the last 40 minutes or so. We're checking out the post match analysis from the various sites. IMAX it just came off, and Ryan LFC with Manning's Man and Co.
Yeah.
Have been going through the record. Ken, I don't know where you were coming from initially, Crystal. So I just wanted to rewind with you. Prior to the World Cup octagonal campaign, where did you stand, soberly and sobriously speaking, in terms of Jamaica's hopes and expectations? Did you see them being a top 3, top 4 team come the end of this qualifying campaign?
It's an excellent question. I think I was one of those people that was just willing to take it step by step, given what we've seen of the Reggae Boys in recent decades, with particular emphasis on how we performed in the Gold Cup. And at that point, exiting the Gold Cup in the fashion that we exited the Gold Cup in, which we're so used to seeing, again, shooting ourselves in the foot. At that point, I was saying, is there any what's the word I'm searching for? Does it make sense?
Any foundation?
No, before I even touched on the foundation, because I know that there's no foundation there. That's why we keep talking about building. There is no foundation there. And the foundation you have, you knock it down and you build again. But sometimes you find yourself building off the same unstable foundation. That isn't a foundation. That's not even a house. You can't even call it a house. Wouldn't be so bad if it was a shack. It's not even a shack. There's nothing there at the moment. Like I said to you on our last live stream, it is simply improvisation at best. We have a foundation who is reactive, but they are reactive when you apply pressure. They're not proactive. in terms of where we would finish in the World Cup qualifiers. Again, I was just taking it step by step, just seeing how things will pan out. And I was looking at the way we exited the Gold Cup, and I was saying, at this point, does it make sense to change head coach? Because inevitably, the head coach is a fraction of the problem, but what is the overall problem? And I would like to say that it's safe for us to say that the overall problem rests above the head coach. So it doesn't matter for me, it doesn't matter who the head coach is, because there will always be issues at the top. I think until the issues have come to an end, and there are people who have stepped out of their position, or people who have been removed from from their respective position, eventually you will find yourself back at square one. I don't think any head coach is going to come in and change that, because I've seen the cycle repeated numerous times to even be given a glimmer of hope. But you might see things differently, because I'm not sure how long you've been following the Reggae Boys. I think you might have said in relation to Bukayo Saka of Arsenal, Marcus Rashford, and Jadon Sancho of Manchester United, and their unfortunate penalty miss in the Euros over the last summer, in 2020-21, that kind of prompted you to look elsewhere. So I think that's how you started following the Reggae Boys. So maybe you see things from a different perspective, but for me, it's just more of the same. It's just history repeating itself.
It's interesting. You were quite right, Crystal. Good memory recollection. Yes, it was around that time, and that then coincided with following Jamaica's Gold Cup campaign. I think
Mm-hmm.
they just finished playing Suriname, and they were heading to play the likes of Costa Rica. And
Yeah.
they'd already qualified for the next stage. But I remember it being introduced to one of the vlogging sites. It may have been Coach's Desk or the Fourth Official.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the first questions I asked, and I'm going to point this to your good self, one of the first questions I asked when I saw the tiddlywinks, which was, in my opinion, watching these football formations. I've not used to seeing the building of football teams on social media. So watching them use the draft board type scenario and putting all the plays in place, and I saw the list of plays that Jamaica had, and I saw the likes of Amari Fisher. A lot of the names just weren't familiar to me. And in a nutshell, I asked, why are the Jamaican fans in general so keen and so confident that this team can beat the likes of Canada and the likes of America and Mexico, who at that time were presenting or fielding B minus stroke C type teams? I questioned and was just intrigued at the fact that despite this analysis, Jamaica didn't look like they were a million miles better or even equal to these teams. So where was the confidence coming from? I actually suggested and asked, what could we learn? I think I asked I asked Coach's Desk. Yes, Coach Minzy. I asked him, what could we learn, humbly wise? What can we learn from the likes of America and Mexico in this Gold Cup campaign? Do you know what his reply was? And the commenters? Nothing. We can't learn. We're not learning anything. We don't need to. This is Jamaica's tournament to win. I sat back, I listened. I actually used the same words you used, Crystal, when I suggested to them that they were actually shooting themselves, proverbially speaking, in the foot. Because if they were so confident based on this squad that I saw before me and before them, well, what on earth gives them this confidence? And God forbid if they lost the Gold Cup or didn't even make the final, what would they say then? I thought an exercise in humility may be called for, but it could have been fool me, because maybe I was underestimating the talent at their disposal, Crystal. Do you think that Jamaican fans in general, let's leave the JFF aside, but the Jamaican fans in the vlogosphere who are very influential, including yourself, do you think that?
I
Do,
think I have
oh,
zero influence,
oh,
absolutely no influence at
I,
all.
I wouldn't. I'm not going to necessarily 100% agree with you. What's interesting is, as you are part of the vlogosphere, and you do have an opinion or two, the fact that your opinion is out there. The question is, who will listen and gravitate towards and acknowledge that a female Jamaican, knowledgeable journalist who follows the reggae boys and the reggae girls has her say, and her say, what you just said to me regarding foundations being hardly there. That's one thing. It stands out a mile, and you said it without question or hesitation. Here's my question to you directly, though, Crystal. How good is that Jamaican team that was at the Gold Cup, in your opinion? And going forward, with the plethora of talent that we have at our disposal, I maintained and I went on the show, realized that after seeing the likes of Cataracts with his database, we have arguably the greatest crop of Jamaican footballing talent that we have ever seen. How would you put together? Because I think this is unique challenges and unique opportunities that present themselves to Jamaica at the moment. And I'm seeing them played out right before our very eyes. The unique opportunities is that we've got a great crop on paper and I believe on the pitch in terms of talent, but the unique challenges are something that you could actually point out to viewers and subscribers. You've mentioned the JFF. What other issues and challenges face Jamaican football on the international scene, Crystal? I'm going to listen carefully because you've got a sober and wise mind. What challenges face Jamaica in order for them to overcome and present a credible team to put before the world, CONCACAF, and globally to compete without shaking their heads and going through the same rinse, dry, and repeat experiences? Crystal, speak.
It's so much, like, you actually, that was a mouthful of so many different things that you touched on. But I think one of the and rightly so, I think one of the things that we are unintentionally guilty of as the 12th man is that naturally we have high expectations, and that's how we've been conditioned growing up, right? To believe that we, not necessarily I am better than you, but I can do equally as good as you. Doesn't matter who you are. And can you blame people, whether it's someone like a coach's desk or just a random 12th man, if they can look you square in the eye? Say, for example, you supported the USA and they look you square in the eye and say, I can beat you, because that is their mentality. That's how they've been raised. This is the rise of platform. It's called Tallawah TV. I don't need to elaborate or go into great details as to what the word means. There's a reason why I call the platform that, apart from that instant connection with people who are based in Jamaica and in the diaspora. And also you have to look at impressive achievements in other sports. So you look at cricket, you look at track and field, to name the two, who we've gone toe to toe with the bigger countries, that being the likes of the USA in track and field. So naturally, I think rather than meeting achievements, we've naturally been overachievers. So when we don't see it as us overachieving, because naturally we've been conditioned to just think that we are that great, but actually we're overachievers with great respect to ourselves. So of course, because we have that natural love for the game, like somebody on coach's desk, they might not have track and field or cricket as their number one sport, but nevertheless you all think the same. You all think that you're better than your opponent, and perhaps that's not a bad trait to have, because I'm not disputing whether the 12th man, the 11 players that we have on the pitch and players on the bench, whether they carry the same belief, the same way of being conditioned of saying, I don't care who you are, I am better than you, with all due respect. Even if you are the superior country, I am better than you. I can go pound for pound with you, round for round with you, and come out as the champion. So I think when they say that they are better than the USA or they can beat the USA, I think that it comes from complete innocence. And it's probably innocence that we need to analyze and be realistic with ourselves. And this is one of the reasons, including myself, where you end up being disappointed, because sometimes you have clouded judgment, and clouded judgment could come as a result of how you are conditioned. So I do it all the time with teams at club level. When I'm about to square off against a Manchester United, you can't tell me some Manchester United better than my team, because of my belief. I believe I'm better than you, and I will argue with you, and I might even fall out with you, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to look you dead in the eye and say, I am better than you. My team is better than you. So I think it's just more about when the 12th man say that they are better than Canada or better than a USA. It's just because of how you've been conditioned to believe. And I think that is one of our strengths. And I don't think it's something that we should shy away from. I think it's something that we should be realistic with and get the balance right. Because from a sporting perspective, saying that you are equally as good as your opponent is a fantastic thing, because it just means that your maturity is at the level that it should be, right? You don't want to have a player, whether it be a tennis player or a fighter, a boxer, or a cricket player, track and field athlete, who has self-doubt because you're defeated before the bell has been rung, before the gun go off, before the whistle blow. You're defeated because you don't believe in yourself. So it's a wonderful trait that we have as people. It's just about getting the balance right. If it even is to just do the bare minimum of softening the inevitable disappointment. Because I think that's something that we're so guilty of unintentionally.
I hear you loud and clear, Crystal, but I want to hear you clearer. I 100% agree with the attitude that you've got to go in with a belief that I can match you, I can exceed you, no doubt about it. As a Gunners fan, yes, I can highly empathize exactly with what you're saying. But I want you to go the step further by way of the solution. The challenges that face Jamaica are really intriguing, and I think similar to actually like the Brexit referendum. Actually, it split and divided opinions, and it was no easy decision for the likes of Corbyn, for example, to take into in terms of where to go. How do you look at this and get the right result and fair result? But when you've got the Jamaican team with the greatest crop of talent, a lot of it is UK based, a lot of it is European, some of it is European based, and you've got the local talent, and you've got the playing their trade in the MLS and the she's smiling, you're smiling, and the USL. It's getting the team, the squad together with, and you may bypass this. I think you did. This is why I'm pushing and pressing you as an esteemed journalist and a football lover. Here's the thing. Isn't football a results business? Fun and joke aside, you can have all the confidence in the world. Let's cut to the chase. You can have all the confidence in the world. Nothing wrong with that. But this is not track and field necessarily. This is football. A squad, 11 men on the pitch, substitutes included. You play over 90 minutes. There's a reason why Manchester United are where they are. There's a reason why Man City are where they are. But there's also a reason why Norwich and Burnley are where they are. It's about the results business, and it's about quality. How would you go about ensuring that Jamaica has the best quality of talent on the pitch, as well as the infrastructure, for example, the management and the tactics to then go onto the pitch and perform successfully? This is the key. We've got the greatest crop of talent, and yet we've struggled again, and you've got the same rinse, dry and repeat. That shouldn't be the case. What's going on, and how would you actually go about amending this situation, Crystal? It's time to put your footballing head coach hat on.
I do not have a footballing head coach hat, and I don't want one. I've never played the game. I don't wish to play the game. I just quite enjoy being the 12th man. So I have no interest of being a coach. Never have. I don't think I ever will be. But I'm quite happy to sit back and be the 12th man to the best of my ability.
Okay. That being said,
it's an interesting one, because again, this is why I don't touch on certain topics, because it's just very repetitive. It's nothing more than all that has already been said either by myself, people in the comment section, or fellow YouTubers, or even traditional media, traditional journalists, traditional reporters. It is the same thing, that it leads back to one direction. We'll be kidding ourselves if we're not saying that we're going out around here in circles. Everybody knows the answer to your question. It leads all back to one problem. You can't try to solve an issue by just masking over the issue, because inevitably that band-aid would fall off. It's going to fall off eventually, whether it be when it rains or when your skin start to sweat. Eventually that band-aid that you put on that cut to cover it up, it will fall off. So it's not a case of me even sitting here and saying that, I think that there's an issue there with managerial appointment or head coach appointment. No, it isn't. The underlying issue takes you back to the federation and what they're doing at board level, which evidently they're not really doing much. They're improvising at best. It's one thing saying again, and I touched on this in earlier on in the first half. I think it was the first half of my show, that as people we like to take pride in saying that we have the best crop of players. So what? Do I get 3 points for having the best crop of players? Absolutely no, you don't. You don't get the best point. You don't get maximum points for having the best players in your team or some of the best players. If that was the case, when you look at club level, Manchester United would be higher up in the league table. But that's not the case about doing the work, the groundwork. And there's no point pulling in your Damari Gray and your Ethan Pinnock and your Mikel Antonio and your Blakey and Javaine Brown, some of your best players, and expecting them to perform out their socks without being realistic with your expectations. Where is the chemistry? You expect these boys to blow you out the park when they don't have time to build and create genuine and sincere and long-lasting chemistry. Be realistic with yourself. Where is the friendly before we got into the Gold Cup? And it's not just a friendly that's here and there. We're talking about sincere friendlies repeatedly, where the players can build a relationship. This isn't a fairy tale. Like, this is reality. You have to be realistic with yourself. Sometimes it's almost as if some of us in the 12th, as the 12th man, you live in a bubble. It's not a bubble. It's reality. You have to deal with reality. Any club in the world can go and sign a few of the best players. You don't expect them to just perform instantly. They have to build a chemistry. You can sign players during your summer transfer window, but you don't go into a new season without preparation. That's another thing that we lack: basic preparation. Every country, every league starts off their campaign with pre-season. There's a reason for that. Fine-tuning. Even if the players, them all know each other, you still need to regroup and go again. If you need to do that at club level, then absolutely you need to do it at national level. It doesn't matter. People can sit here and say, these players have been playing 10 plus years together. So what? Why is it every single season, from I've been watching football, every single season, there is pre-season? There is a reason for that. So I hear, and it was one of the most frustrating conversations when people say that, but they've been playing for 10 years together. So what? In those 10 years, how many times have they met up with each other? How many times have they played together in those within that decade? What did they learn from each other? Was there plenty of chop and change like we're seeing this World Cup qualifying cycle? So like it's just a mess, and it's one of those conversations that I've given huge emphasis on, provided huge emphasis when I say that I don't want to talk about something. I don't mind if someone like yourself come on and, talk about certain conversation, but there's so much negativity there. And again, it just sounds like a broken record, because we have gone through every last issue with a fine tooth comb. A fine comb. We've gone through every last issue within our federation, internally, externally, and we come up with the same reasoning. Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. But I don't know your opinion on that, but that's definitely where I stand on that matter.
Well, going forward, thank you very much, Crystal. Clear again. I don't know if you encourage people to hit the like button who are.
I don't know. Sometimes I tell a lie. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I actually forget. So sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't.
I think it's worth allowing me, please, viewers and subscribers, please, to get more visibility. That's the purpose of the request, to kindly hit that hit that like button. If you like the conversation, if you're giving respect to Crystal, I know that she's great to listen to, but and to look at, but don't just do that. Hit the like button. Increases Tallawah TV's visibility, and these kind of conversations can go out there. So please hit the like button on your way in. If you're there, if you're going to go and it's late in the hour, still hit the like button. That'd be greatly appreciated. And thanks for your input as well. Crystal.
Mm-hmm. I've got about 5% here on my Mac.
Oh my goodness me. Well, I'm going to leave. You make me laugh when you got the Mac situation. I've got a Mac here, and I tell you what, it's not Mac, it's a PC. But I tell you what, as soon as I plug out As soon as I plug it out, it's gone. It's one of those
Yeah, I
old
try
ones.
to keep a healthy battery life because I don't want it to get to that stage. So
No,
I
no.
try
Well,
not to overcharge it.
oh, bless, bless. Well, listen, I'm going to leave you with one last two last nuggets. Second, first of all, I wanted to ask you the question about going forward. Is it
Mhm.
possible that Jamaica can court? It's a vexed issue, but it's an interesting one. I don't know if you've covered it. The vexed issue or the situation where we can court young dual nationality talent, the cream of the crop, from the Jamaican diaspora to be part of the under 17s. I don't know if there's a 15 under 15s, but the under 17 type young level, the best that can represent Jamaica. And those players, you've seen the academies and the various sister club academies in England. They've got some fine players, fine training. If they can be courted to represent Jamaica from early on, would that be a great way going forward? Because then we could have a team that is built up of players who know each other, and the vexed issue is, of course, locally, i.e., born in Jamaica talent may find a problem, but maybe that can raise their game because we're looking at the best of the best, and you just got to work hard. And if you got the talent, it hopefully will bloom. And the second point is, can we learn anything from the reggae girls? I'm going to be paying careful attention, as I said to you. I'm starting to get on the wagon. I've seen a couple of videos looking at the Jamaican players, and that's why I said I didn't see many British accents. I don't know if you fully answered that. I didn't see too many British accents, which made me wonder. Are there any
Yeah, there's
Jackies?
more
And
than enough UK based players in that
really,
Reggae Girls. More than enough. The Reggae Girls team of the 2018 World Cup qualifying
uh-huh.
calendar year through to the World Cup over in France in 2019, right up to present, has never been anything short of out of many one people. So that oozes of diversity all across the board. So
I'm
that's why
gonna
I was quite relatively short with you with that one, because yeah,
okay.
they get that down to the T. That's something that nobody can never ever analyze, because there's no point in analyzing it. Like I said, they represent the Jamaican national motto, out of many one people. So they're, from in my eyes, they are perfect. But I would say that, being that they play for the black, gold, and green. Going back to your first question, what was your first question again? Just to summarize it all before my Mac closed down on me.
My goodness me. Yes, in a nutshell, do you
Oh,
think that Jamaica,
academy.
yes,
Oh,
can they
my
court the
apologies.
best of the young players from England who are UK, they're Jamaican, can play for Jamaica, and court them to get into the under 17, for example, system in Jamaica? That would be a good way of fostering a team that is including players who probably would have known each other, and they've got good practices gained from the likes of City and Arsenal and wherever they may be, and then they can merge with the finest talent. That could be a different way ahead for Jamaica.
Mm.
And with that, I will listen to you and wait for your closing. Thank you again for having me on, Crystal.
You're
Go ahead.
absolutely welcome. Thank you for joining me. I think it just goes back to what I was saying. Really, it's just about us being realistic and truthful with ourselves. And I guess you can relate that to stuff that we've seen in the past. I'm sure you've heard me say it once on plenty occasion that I'm never a fan of us airing out our dirty laundry, because I think if you're trying to bring over a player, a marquee player, one that is heavily talked about, be it from the academy or in a senior team of any club in Europe or outside of Europe, whether it's a respected club or not, it could be a player who's playing for a lesser known league that has caught the eye of your Arsenal, your Manchester, your Real Madrid, your Barcelona, for example. It's not impossible. But I think before we can even look at touching those players, again, we have to look at ourselves and look at how we appeal to others. This is why I say that we put ourselves in certain brackets, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have to take a step back and say, are you being realistic, or are you just priding yourself with being a patriot and saying, because this is Jamaica, anybody would want to represent Jamaica? Yes, you are right. Plenty of people would want to represent Jamaica, but not if Jamaica is a mess, not if Jamaica is going to add stress to their life. There's no way I'm going to be playing for an elite club where I know what elitism looks like, where I know what professionalism looks like, where I know what experience transparency looks like, and then go for a country that don't represent that or has even a fraction of that. That's a headache that no player wants. And which parent in their right mind is going to tell their child to go and commit to a federation or a country that is absolutely shambolic from the top? Where is the leadership? Where's the professionalism? Where's the transparency? Where's the clarity? You usually have to get down on both knees to get a fraction of what I've just mentioned, where the federation is concerned. So I think that's something that we have to look at. That being said, it is not impossible. I remember doing an interview with Joel Grant last year, and Joel was talking about committing with Joel Grant. For those of you who have probably forgotten, Joel Grant played for Jamaica. Interesting thing about Joel Grant is that he committed to Jamaica at the age of 15, and that interview is on my YouTube channel. So it has been done before. The difference between Joel Grant and possibly up and coming or the next generation is Joel Grant didn't need to be persuaded to come and play for Jamaica. You ask Joel Grant will tell you proudly he feels that he was born in the wrong country. Not everybody's going to be a Joel Grant where you don't even need to come knocking on their door, where they're willing to just say yes as soon as you say Ja. You don't even need to say the rest of Jamaica. As soon as you say Ja, he says yes. Where? What time? That's because Joel Grant, a player like Joel Grant, has been raised like a Jamaican through and through. Right, and he used to spend his summer holidays in Jamaica. You ask Joel Grant again, he will tell you he was born in the wrong country, but not everybody's going to be like Joel Grant. So again, this is just about us being realistic. And yes, we might think that we're one of the best in the world, but not everybody sees us as that. And also, what do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? As things stand, we have more negative than positive. We can't fool ourselves that the next generation, as soon as you're saying that you want to play for Jamaica or Jamaica comes knocking, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to jump on the internet. They're going to see what's being said about the federation, whether we like it or not. They're going to go on Google. And that's frightening because of the stuff that has been said about the federation, be it respectfully or disrespectfully. Are you really going to tell your son, boy or girl, yes, go and commit to them? You think about it. You would think about it. I don't know what your decision would be, but you would think about it. It's not a natural yes, I'm ready. So a lot of people just think that if you go knocking at an academy like Arsenal or Manchester United or Chelsea because you're Jamaica, players should just say yes. No, they have a career to look forward to. They have to make a decision. They have to put themselves first. They always come first, whether we like it or not. Yes, you should always take great pride in representing your country, but you also have to do what's best for you and your family as well. So that's why we have to just take ourselves serious, look ourselves in the mirror and make those corrections, those necessary corrections. Otherwise, like I said, maybe in a decade's time, you might just see yourself in a position where you're looking up and above you is the likes of Trinidad. How is that going to feel? Trinidad is the number one country in the Caribbean for men's football. Whereas a decade ago, they look back and say, but Jamaica was saying that, oh, they had these quality players and they had this. And all you have right now is just plenty of talking. It's too much talking. And a lot of times it's the wrong talking, not enough positivity, too much airing out of the dirty laundry. It's just ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous at this point. I hope I've managed to answer your question.
The answer is a resounding alas. Yes, you have, Crystal. Folks, please, you won't say it, Crystal. I don't know why. I will say it for you. And please, I'd encourage your good self because I think people will follow. Hit the like button. What you've heard from Crystal, I've got to get you, from Crystal is the Crystal reality from her perspective. But I tell you what, there's plenty of traction, plenty of hard, cold reasoning coming from Crystal. And if we take these kind of comments on board, it's a reality check time, a reboot time. We don't want the same rinse, repeat, and run cycle. We don't want it. And if we don't want it, listen to what Crystal says, take it on board, digest it, and this is top encouragement and advice going forward for the vlogosphere and sincere Jamaican fans. Hit the like button, please. Get this video shared. Tallawah, Crystal, what are the commenters saying? Have you got time to just read out the commenters and
They're
then we'll
saying, I
lead
mean,
into you?
this is an interesting comment. Everyone's got varied opinions, but they're all pretty much aligning with each other.
Okay.
This is a recent comment, and I think it's right. I'm looking at what, and I've always compared the two, funny enough, of how African players treat their, well, players of African heritage treat their countries, their respective countries, in comparison to how our players treat their countries. And there isn't much of a difference between the federations in the Caribbean and Africa. You see some similarities there, shocking similarities,
My
but for some
goodness.
reason, there are some. You just look at AFCON and look at the players that play for those countries. Need no persuading, they're there. But even so, they still have a hard time trying to persuade players who were born in the diaspora. And without digging deep, there is always that who is committed, who isn't committed, are the homegrown players more committed, or the overseas players lacking in commitment or overcommitted. So there's conversations there where we could most certainly look to Africa and learn from Africa. No two ways about it. We could look at what formula they're using, look at what they're not utilizing, and try to form our own formula. But I doubt that those at the top will be taking time out of their precious day to do their jobs. So who knows? As ever, I always say, do not hold your breath when it comes to the reggae boys. And I'm not talking about the players themselves, I'm talking about soul leadership. Do not hold your breath because you just might pass out. And it's definitely not worth it, guys. So I actually have 2% here, Richard. Do you have any final thoughts?
Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, land we love. I'm tempted to recite a poem, but I'm going to ease and pull for this. And at this juncture, suffice to say, though, we are, as you said, out of many, one people. We love Jamaica. We have a regard for Jamaica. I'm here, London, England. You're here. And yet we're up at this
Someone in the
time.
chat is in London as well, so I have to big up Super. So definitely stayed with me for the duration of this live stream, and it's been a
Respect Super
pleasure.
Nick. Respect
Yes.
Super Nick. There you
So
go.
Super Nick is from South London.
Full respect on myself, London, and myself. Full
There
respect,
we
Super Nick.
go.
We've got people in the house. I hope that the Jamaican players from all across the diaspora have that passion. Mikel Antonio has shown passion. We've seen the likes of DJ. So many players have shown the passion in this campaign, and they've also expressed immense disappointment at the result, maybe at the style of play, maybe decisions, but to see that someone cares. If you get on a plane, there you go. You get on the plane and fly thousands of miles. I don't think it's just for a holiday. I think that's a sign of commitment. And I think that the players hopefully can just get together. Of course, you've pointed to the JFF and you've pointed to the foundations, and that's not an overnight easy fix, but we need to begin from somewhere. So hopefully the conversations that take place going forward for the rest of this octagonal campaign going forward, I hope it's as constructive as possible, where the likes of Paul Hall and all the players concerned are given the due respect. Remember, mental health is important. We're not in a big dot beat down negativity thing, because you've pointed that out, Crystal, and I think it's actually is a comment that I've taken on board, and I think other vloggers have been taking this into consideration, as well as some of the commenters. Yes, I've heard that, of course there were others who said, this is the gladiatorial arena and we're not having the time for no soft sort business and soft shuffle and soft business. We have to beat the
each to
players
their own then, right?
Each to their own. But I think that you have put it out there, and I will put it out there, and others are putting it out there, the importance of mental well-being, respect, because the players, what I want to know and what I'll be listening out for is this: have you given of your best? You have said simply, Crystal, you've never been a footballer. You don't have aspirations to become a head coach anywhere anytime soon.
Definitely not.
That's fair dues. You've not said and tried to come across as though me know better, me better than you, me better. No. No. And I am not better than those players out there. That is their profession. And all I want to know is that they're working hard, trying their best, striving to be the best people, as well as players, human beings as they can be. JFF, please take note and try and strive to be the best that you can be, whoever you are, wherever you are. Be the best that you can be, with respect and ambition, dedication, and regard for yourself and others. If you've done your best and you can look yourself in the eye at the end of the day, then you can say you've done your level best. We want positivity for Jamaica. When we hear the word Jamaica, we want to hear people saying, yeah, bring a smile to the face. We don't want grim looks. So big up the positivity, Crystal. Keep up the Tallawah TV idol vibes.
I will try. I will definitely try my absolute
That's all we can ask for. That's all we can ask for. Thanks for having me on the Can ask for.
Yeah, you're
all the best reggae. Oh, careful. What was that? A JFF mole? Was that a JFF mole?
Has something just poked me just then.
Oh, where the ring ting I go on, yes sir. Something poked you? Hey,
thank
listen,
you guys so
I'm
much
gonna keep quiet
in the comment section. Thank you so much for sitting through on this live stream with me. I'm going to have to end this one, unfortunately, because my Mac is about to
my lord
come to an end. So thank you so much for sitting with me on this live stream. I will be back during the week to talk to you all. If I didn't respond to your comments in the comment section, I do apologize. It wasn't intentional. Massive thank you to Richard for coming on and joining me for the last couple of minutes of my live stream. I hope you all have a splendid week. Sorry that your weekend didn't come to a flourishing end. Hopefully by this time next week, and it should be Thursday if you're based in the UK, and Wednesday night if you're based in the USA, and also on home soil in Jamaica and elsewhere, possibly Canada as well, where we will face off against Costa Rica in our final game for February until March. Thank you guys again for those of you who have hit the like button, and some of you who are new to the channel. Thank you so much if you have hit that subscribe button. I hope you have enjoyed the live stream. Apologies for the stop and start with my stream and also for my screen as well. It's been a little bit of a shaky stream, this one, but I do hope that you enjoyed it each and every step of the way. And like I said, best of luck with the week ahead. Try to take it step by step. More importantly, above every single thing, do take care of your well-being, because that is the most important element of who you are. A bit like a car. Can a car move if the engine isn't right? I don't think so. So do take care of your mental health. And I hope I can see you guys later on in the week. You know how this one goes, guys. Do go ahead and hit the like button. Until next time.
I'm John Barnes, and you're watching Tallawah TV with Crystal Davis.